I'm going to Bottomland. 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland. 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland. 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland. 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland. 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland. 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland. 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland! 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland! 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland! 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 Hello everyone, and thank you for Overthought for making this incredible remix. Appreciate it. Let's see what I missed. I know we got a level 2 hype train, so thanks everyone for that. Altered Undying, thanks for 8 months, says that's almost a sub baby. Hi Hannah, hi, how you doing? Bay Cop, thanks for 27 months. This sub baby's name is going to be Puppington Lactose. Devil Summoner Marie with 27 months. This sub baby's name is going to be Portentia Meringue. Devil Summoner Marie says 27 months seems like a long time. I don't know. Time as a concept makes no sense to me. Bumble Homestead, thanks for gifting a sub. Overthought says, rest in piss, Bozo Robertson. And there's a link. One sec. Gotta go back.
But, give me my quarter.
Ooey, ooey. Huh? Everybody's doing it. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Ooey, 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 ooey. Excuse me, Eddie. This is
Beautiful. We will maintain that mood for the stream. I put a link in chat if anyone wanted a link to that remix, by the way, from Overthought's channel. What else? Wagroads, thanks for 37 months. Altered Undying says, woo! Hype Train, also love the new song. Scotty the Scot, thanks for 11 months, says, Bottomland. Mantis Poke, or Pokey, thanks for 100 bits. Dr. Gamble says, I remember Pat commenting that Sans from Undertale was demonic and encouraging you to act violently. This is ironic if you have ever played Undertale. I have not. Somebody in the comments says, that intro unironically slaps. Alleycat, thanks for 23 months. Harold Elbeman, thanks for 22 months. Says, 22 months of madness. Not going anywhere, that's for damn sure. Thanks for making this place what it is. I don't make this place what it is. It's mostly you guys. Thank you, though. I'm happy knowing that remix is my fault. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Sample more of my voice. Sample this. That's meta. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry, I've been eating at weird times just because of my new ADHD medication. Like, I don't get hungry. Yeah, they're Hershey's covered chocolate pretzels. Anyway, I didn't eat until very recently today. I'm gonna have to set an alarm or something. Anyway, Ramblin' Boy with 13 months says the face of existence has one less scar today. Ramblin' Boy with, I just read that. Sorry. I Hate Twitch ×2 says, so this is a link to the fake broker that CoffeeZilla covered. The website got seized by law enforcement and they put up a bunch of legal info. Beautiful. Yes. I haven't actually sat down and watched his documentary on this one yet. I've watched most of his other, like, long-form videos on stuff, but I haven't seen his video on that. I'll have to look into it. Meek says, not only is Pat Robertson dead, but Laura Southern revealed today that she's been divorced for 2 years from her Fed husband, who abandoned her and her child, and now she's broke living in a trailer park. Karma. Wait, which one's Laura Southern again? I get some of these right-wing, like, grifters mixed up. Laura Southern. I gotta see her. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I recognize her. Why no stream yesterday? My therapy sessions are on Wednesdays, and I just had a rough session. And I don't like to stream, like, if I'm emotionally not in a great place. Both for my own well-being, and also, I don't think you guys would enjoy that very much. So I just needed to take a day off yesterday after my session. MH Darkbeast says, hey, Pat Robertson. There's a link.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I Hate Twitch. Rageology says, if we, the chat, make the stream worth it, does that mean that I can get the cut of the bits and Patreon? No, because we exist under capitalism, unfortunately. So I get to exploit the community in order to get money from the community to fund my life. It's unfortunate. If you start a commune, I'll give you a cut if I get to live there for free. It's wild, Hannah. On Reddit, the guy has people still defending him, refusing to say anything bad about him. I know, it's asinine. Altered Undying says, my church is having a pie celebration for Pride, celebrating being affirming by giving my gay butt pie. Okay. I'm doing better now. I'm doing better now. I am canceled. This is true. Did I see that John Doyle has fallen into being a background reply guy in the manosphere? I saw he did some podcast or something where he was one of several guys just doing the red pill bullshit. And even for John, it was pretty cringe, which I found hilarious. I just want to say this, you know? I've been around on the internet for over a decade now. And by on the internet, I don't just mean using it. Using it a lot longer than that. I've been on it in terms of content creation. So you see a lot of, actual boomer. Thanks for continuing your sub. Appreciate it. You see a lot of creators come and go, right? I've been contemporaries with TJ and Sargon and Milo, you know? You see the right-wing grifters come and go. TJ's not a right-wing grifter. He's just not someone I like his content very much. I just mean in the sense that he used to be very popular and now he's a much more niche creator. Steve Shive still does stuff. I think he does Star Trek videos. Hold on. Yeah, he still does stuff. He does a lot of Star Trek content. I see him sometimes because I do a lot of Star Trek YouTube from time to time. They do okay. Dahlia Vianney says, I work in metaphysical store and customers... What? Careful with that enter button. You'll enter too soon. No, but like, I get it. And that's me too, in fairness. I used to be on a channel that had like 150,000 subscribers, and now I do this, which is a smaller audience, but a more dedicated audience. Which honestly I prefer anyway. So... No, Steve didn't deserve all the hate he got. I think Jake still has a weird grudge against Steve that I think is unfounded. Like, Steve was right. He was completely right back then, being like, hey, don't platform these people. He was correct. He was absolutely correct. I was dumb and ignorant. Both. You know? But it is what it is. All I can do is get past it and be a better person now, you know? I've apologized to Steve, so I hope he's doing well. Anyway. Oh, you can think he's an asshole. That's your right. That's fine. Just... I don't have anything in particular against him. Carl Benjamin. Yeah, what is he even up to these days? Is Sargon, like, still doing stuff? I never hear about him, even in, like, a lol cow way. Bumble Homestead says, you were so young. Oh, yeah, I started this job when I was, like, 17. Jake has mentioned he would like to apologize, but Steve hasn't blocked. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry, Dahlia Vianney. I work in a metaphysical store and customers keep coming in to buy crystals and I just want to sit down and watch your stream. Will you put it on blast so I can tell them that crystals aren't fucking magic? Do I need to tell you crystals aren't magic? Crystals are cool. I like crystals. In like a geological sense, you know? Okay, so anyway. The main thing, Hannah was 17 once. Weird. Yeah, let's... You guys want to see how young I was? Let's see. This isn't even... We don't even have face cam from this time period. Wonder what our first, like, face cam thing was. We'll get to the Pat Robertson stuff right after this. I'm just curious. I'm curious what my earliest face on the internet was. Jesus, this goes back a while. 7 years. We're getting there. Oh, I think we were there. Okay. God damn. 9 years. 10 years! Oh, Jesus. Yep, 10 years. Fuck. Okay, let's find the first video one. And let's cringe. We'll collectively cringe, and then we'll celebrate the Pat Robertson thing. Where do we first do face cams? It's gotta be around here somewhere. When did we integrate? It's gotta be around here somewhere, right? Is this it?
So I was on tour the other day.
No? Atheist Brony says, now you're making me sad. I miss you and Jake doing videos together. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh, there's a picture of me when I was like... Is it in the video itself that I can, like, zoom in on? Where's that stupid picture? I guess it's just in the thumbnail. Well, you guys can see it. That was a picture of me from, like, high school. That's fucking bad. Look at that. Ah! That's unfortunate. When in the heck did we add cameras? Jesus Christ, how long did we not have our faces? Like in 2015? We must have had them by See Me Dance, right? No? Wow. We did so much less face cam than I thought, apparently, or we had a lot more... By this point, did we not have it? Oh my god, what? You have an even younger picture? Egg joke. Yeah, really great into the current... Really great into the current you, huh? I didn't... oh, really grew into the current you. Dahlia Vianney says, I'm a little woo-woo sometimes, but I love crystals because they're hella cool. You can put me on blast if you want to. It's fine. I don't really care as long as you're not hurting anyone. They're not magic, though. Magic isn't real. But crystals are cool, just from a... You know. At this point, do we have face cams? Good God.
Torturous for us than it was for you, if you can believe it. Do you realize what we do for you?
Oh, there it is. Holy shit.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, no. Oh, God. This is unfucking fortunate.
You know, I think he thought he was being awkward by saying hello and kind of... Here you go.
Ecto
Ah!
Waffles says, did you really disown your dad? And why?
That's an...
Fuck me. I don't like that. Alright, let's get to Pat Robertson's weird bullshit.
Comes from my...
Stromboli says, is it odd or have you heard from others that longtime fans have disassociated your old self into Hannah somewhere down the line? Like, I think of Jake working with someone completely different. A few people have expressed that. I guess I didn't know they meant it literally. I thought they were just being nice. Like, do people literally not think of me as the same person? Because that's kind of funny. I don't mind that if that's the case. And I don't mind if it's not the case. It's just funny. Jamie, with 18 months, says, Happy Pat Robertson died day. You too. Okay, I think we're just gonna get into it. Pat Robertson's dead. Let's look at some of his weirdest clips.
Michael, who says, my wife...
Yeah, I'm very different now than I was prior to transition. A lot of it was like a mask, you know?
has become a real problem. She has no respect for me as the head of the house. She insults me. She even went as far as stretching her hand to beat me. I've lost my self-confidence. Her words hurt so much, and she refuses to talk through our problems. Please.
That's definitely a problem and would require probably marriage counseling or divorce if she's literally threatening to, like, physically harm you. Physical abuse is physical abuse regardless of who's doing it.
Please tell me what I can do.
Well, you could become a Muslim, then you could beat her.
Woo! Boy, Pat, you were a bag of something.
But in lieu of that.
You don't want to go to Saudi Arabia?
No.
You know, I think this man's got to stand up to her, and he can't let her get away with this stuff. And, you know, I don't know. I don't think we condone wife beating these days, but something's got to be done to make her.
Oh, God, why?
I don't think we condone wife beating these days, but something's got to be done to make.
The phrase, "we don't condone wife beating these days," should never under any circumstances be followed by a ellipses. But...
her.
Physically, but I mean, why would she not want to talk through their problems? That's so unlike.
She is just totally, well, she's rebellious. The chances are she.
You don't know anything about her! You don't know anything about the situation other than a short paragraph this guy wrote. This is like the worst version ever of like a Reddit story where it's vague and one-sided and everyone's like, yeah, they're the asshole.
She was rebellious with her father and mother.
People let this guy on the internet. People let this guy on TV. This man founded the 700 Club. A show that has to run in perpetuity on, oh god, it used to be ABC Family, and then I think it changed to Freeform. I don't know what it's called now. Whatever it is, the contract when Disney bought ABC Family, or the Family Channel as it was known before the acquisition, the contract says that they have to show it in perpetuity, so even today, that same network has to show 700 Club. It's crazy. I'm not trolling. He was really on TV. He's dead now. He's dead now.
She's a rebellious child, and she doesn't want to submit to any authority. And she.
What's the 700 Club stand for? What was this? The Fundy Fridays video went into it. He ran for president. He didn't win. He didn't even win the primary. It was like the original donors. There were 700. Okay, that makes sense. The 700 Club. Hydrate.
Probably had temper tantrums when she was.
Yes, if you've ever wondered why ABC Family used to run 700 Club, that's why. They're contractually obligated, and they still do on whatever the network is now. They can't get out of the contract. It's part of it. And they've tried, to my understanding.
Was a kid, and you know.
Is there any conspiracy over Canada's wildfire because it was orange end of day here in New York? Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of people saying like, oh, they're faking effects of climate change to get us to believe in climate change. It's literally these people will be up to their neck in water and be like, nope, it's all fake.
You know, the little girl, I hate you, and she wants to slap her father. Well,
that's really condescending. Your relationship with your husband should not be analogous to your relationship with either of your parents in that way.
It's the same kind of thing. She's transferred the father now. She might, I hate to say everything's got to be some psychological counseling, but you know.
Well, no, but I think you need a third party here.
Yeah, definitely, but that's the problem. She does not understand authority. When she was growing up, nobody made her behave.
Your husband shouldn't be an authority. They're a partner. What?
And now you've got a 13-year-old in a 30-year-old woman's body, and she is acting like a child.
Yeah.
Now, what do you do with that? You can't divorce her, according to the scripture. And so I say, move to Saudi Arabia.
Yikerinos, Pat. And that's just the beginning.
Violence in the streets, ladies and gentlemen. Why is it happening? You know, what I'm...
Gnome Pickles with 16 months says, 16 months of being a subscriber and the Haniverse today, as well as Pat Robertson being dead. Today's a good day to be in the gnome.
I'd like to give you is the fact that we have disrespect for authority. There is profound disrespect of our president all across this nation.
He's talking about Donald Trump. This is during Donald Trump's presidency. He's implying that mass shootings happen because people didn't respect Donald Trump.
Say terrible things.
I wonder how he feels about it now. Oh wait, he feels nothing. He's fucking dead. Moira Soma says, I watched Shining Happy People about the Duggar cult. They beat their children for hours and they also spank their wives. They have rules about it, like when the wives are allowed to cry during the spanking and when they are not allowed. It's the sickest, most perverted, most twisted thing I've ever seen. What the fuck? Okay, I gotta watch that documentary apparently. Yikerinos.
About him. It's in the news. It's in other places. There's
My wife spanks me too, but it's a very different context.
disrespect now for our national anthem.
Stromboli says the 700 Club is also a gay bar in New Orleans. There I got blackout drunk and talked to a crab fisherman for 4 hours while eating garbage pile nachos. I remember none of it and only have photos for proof. Oh, nice.
Anthem. Disrespect for our veterans. Disrespect for the institutions of our government. Disrespect for the court system. All the way up and down the line.
Have you considered that respect can be rescinded if things aren't worthy of respect? Have you considered that the courts, if they want respect, should behave in a respectable manner?
Disrespect.
Same for the president or whoever else. Gnome Pickle says, who wants to join me in a trip to his grave to install a lightning rod? No, that's how Jason came back in Friday the 13th Part 6, and we don't need Uber zombie Pat Robertson going around and warning people about AIDS on towels or whatever weird shit. Also, how the heck did we get to the point where the Duggars are somehow creepier than I initially thought? I don't know. Things seem kind of fucked.
Respect. And when you lose that kind of respect, you lose this authority. But more than anything, until there is biblical authority, there has to be some controlling authority in our society, and there is none. And
yes, there is. There's civil authority, ideally derived from consent of the people in America, because we live in a representative democracy. What the fuck are you talking about? This idea that, like, the only thing more... There we go. This idea that the only thing more powerful than yourself can be, like, God is crazy. My dad had the same thing. Like, he, you know, knew that I wasn't religious at a certain point in my life, you know, by high school. And he would just be like, how can you not believe in anything bigger than yourself? And I'm like, do you think the only thing bigger than yourself is God? How big do you already think you are? Like, society's bigger than me. I have responsibilities as a person in society, and those obligations to my fellow person, to other people, to the people I care about, that's bigger than me. Like, what the fuck? You need to personify it? What is that? Bittergrin says, such a good gift for Pride. True! Happy Pride Month, everyone. Satan's looking out for us this month. Dr. Gamble says, disrespect for veterans. Does that mean you'll give them proper help and social programs when they leave the army? No? Interesting. Of course not. Republicans know that the best way to honor the military is to use them as political tools to con poor people into voting for billionaires who are going to make things better for other billionaires. Hooray! Rageology says, most things are bigger than me. It's the HRT.
when
If you know, you know.
there is no vision of God, the people say. There's no vision of God. The people run amok. When there's no vision of God, the people run amok. And that we have taken from the American people the vision of God, the whole idea of reward and punishment, and ultimate...
It hasn't been taken from anyone, Pat. You can become a Christian anytime you want. It's just less popular than it used to be. Maybe it's because of people like you making Christians look like big assholes. Have you considered it? What are my thoughts on David and Jonathan? Do I think they were gay or just biblically deep religious brotherly love kind of thing? I don't know enough about the background. Like, I've read the story, obviously, and I know we made jokes about it in TBR because we were immature and haha, gay funny. But, I genuinely don't know. I don't have enough to say that. It could certainly be the whole, like, brotherly love thing. I don't think that's out of the question. But, like, I also don't want to be the person to be like, they were roommates, you know? You'd have to ask a biblical scholar. Lenin Cat says, Patty, some of the people running the wildest muck in history were the people who had the clear vision of God. Yep.
The judge of all our actions, we've taken that away. And when there is no vision of God, the people run amok.
If the only thing keeping you from being a shitty person is the belief that you'll be punished by God if you don't behave, then you are a shitty person. It's not hard to understand.
Jesus is here tonight. He is. Jesus Christ is here tonight.
There was a fun Tumblr post about them being gay. There's a Tumblr post about everyone being gay. It's Tumblr.
So you're going to be talking to him. If he was standing in front of you, he'd say, "What do you want?" "I want to receive my sight. I'd like my child to be healed. I got a dad."
It's a little quiet.
To speak the word and touch people's lives.
Thank you, Jesus.
God is going to supply $1 million. Somebody is praying right now, right this second. You're praying for $1 million, and God said, "I have heard your prayer. I know your need, and I'm going to..."
There are people who are hungry all over the world. Income inequality, disease, cancer, death. But I'm going to make sure one random Pat Robertson viewer gets $1 million instead of tackling any of those problems. That's reasonable.
Apply the need that you've requested in
Go for it, Polyazis Cracker.
it's done in Jesus' name.
God damn it. These fucking... televangelists are the scum of the fucking earth. They really are. Gnome Pickle says, Petty Joke Junction, late in life Robertson looked like evil Mr. Magoo.
I'm 25 years old and I've been a Christian all of my life. Lately in our church...
MH Darkbeast says it's still wildly hilarious to me that while he was a creationist, the older he got, the more he seemed to devolve into a chimp with his ears getting larger and the massive jowls. Dr. Gamble says if any of these folks were to understand moral motivation and the corruption of it through rewards and punishments, they would realize that all people who believe in heaven or hell won't be getting into heaven.
After worship service, 2 people speak in tongues and prophesy to people in the congregation about accidents in their future or some great sorrow in their lives. They warn them to turn back to God or face great judgment. They take turns talking to people. I'm scared that I'll be next. How do I know what they're saying is true?
I hate to tell you, I think that comes from the pit of hell. Those people are trying to be dominant, and I've seen this before, where people decide they want to dominate other people, and so they do it like, "I've got a word from God for you," you know.
Yeah.
This isn't even a glass house. It's a glass stadium.
Predictive promise.
It's like a whole glass planet about to be hit by a glass meteor.
Prophecy about disaster is almost always something from the psychic world. It's not something from God.
And I don't blame her for being scared she's going to be next. I would be scared too.
If I were you,
Hello, Lolitu Noir. Welcome.
I'd be the next one to get out of that church. I keep saying, I'm getting questions about some of the nuttiest things that go on in these congregations. I don't know where they come from, but this is not the way God wants it to be.
Hypocrite.
And Pat, this first one is from Sherry, who says, "My spouse and I are not in agreement as to whether or not we should attend the gay marriage of our child. One of us feels that it's totally against the Lord's plan and our attendance would send at the very least a mixed message, or at worst it could be like taking a stand for gay marriage. The other
Yeah, he's a TV pastor for decades. His kid does it now.
feels our attendance would show support to our child that's necessary for the future of our relationship and witness. What do you think we should do? Should one attend while the other one does not?"
That's their compromise. Is one of them will go. What the fuck? What? Just don't show up. What are you doing? we love our child enough that we're gonna half show up. That's not how it works. Either support your kids all the way or fuck off forever. No one is helped by partial support. Good lord. I'm gonna turn the AC down one sec. Ow. There's a piece on the window unit that when I went to like turn the thing, I kind of like plastic cut myself, kind of like a paper cut, but it's like a thin thing of plastic or something. It's fine. Lily Love Stuff, thanks for 33 months, says, did you miss the crab rave? The music for the crab rave is copyrighted, unfortunately. But we can have a metaphorical crab rave. Terradona says, queer phobia ahoy.
You want to ask my opinion? I think you don't agree with the idea of homosexual marriage. Now, you say gay. I don't know if it's two men or two
They don't
women.
say.
Does it matter? Like, genuinely, I'm asking, it doesn't matter in real life, but in your woo-woo crazy bigot brain, is it relevant if it's two men or two women? Like, I inherently kind of know that there's, like, a double standard, and unfortunately, like, women with other women tend to get fetishized by men because they can turn it into some sort of, like, fetish for themselves, but, like, really? You're on TV on the 700 Club, you're a televangelist, and you're gonna act like you think there's a difference?
Don't say, but it's not heterosexual. You don't agree with it. It's a solemn, you got to stand there and be a witness to it. And by your attendance at the ceremony, you were agreeing. We used to say, you know, anybody who opposes this, let him speak or forever hold his peace.
The preferred term is intersex, by the way. Zufcud. Just so you know.
All that kind of thing. I just wouldn't go. I would tell your child, I love you, but I cannot condone this. And, you know, we'll always love you.
John Childers with a link.
But I don't condone this activity. And so, you know, I'm here if you need me.
Difficult
I
decision.
mean, that's tough.
It's not difficult, you're just an asshole.
I really think, and not one of you, I mean, that indicates that her or his conduct is splitting your marriage. You don't want to do that. Be a unity, and I would say don't go.
What an asshole. John Childers with a link.
Some little
Oh god, it's a Pat Robertson YouTube poop. Meek says, speaking of which, do women fetishize gay men like men do with lesbians? It depends. I know women who do. Yaoi. Hentai porn starring gay men is popular amongst some women. And, like, fanfics and stuff often have male-male pairings, and women read those often.
I had one instance, and it's so amazing.
Gnome Pickle says, as an antidote to the Robertson, I just want to say that in the eyes of Gnome, you are all valid, and I'm proud of everyone here for being the best version of you that you are. You've got this, and you're stronger than you'll ever know. That's nice.
I was on this program. I had sex out of wedlock with a young 17-year-old girl speaking in tongues. I mean, young isn't necessarily bad. I mean, 21, 22, that's fine. But that went on to a tape. A week or two later, a woman was watching that tape. She had a bad abortion. She heard me saying, snatch. How do you deal with her? I think you point out to the fact that that's not a good thing to do, but what do you say? I just can't f some cute young thing. I can't have that kind of relationship. So what's the advice?
This is an edit, just so it's clear. I assume everyone knows, but you never know on the internet. This is an edit.
Advice is, I need to have counseling. And may the peace of God touch you. Amen. 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 I don't swallow.
Thanks, Spokane Phoenix. Yeah, he's dead.
We have something that people seem to like. The book is called Nasty Sex, Nasty Fungus, Crazy Fast Food, Explosive Snatch, Global Warming, Mommy Porn, Sex with an Animal, and ISIS. Read this book. undemocratic.
Sounds good. I'll do it, sir.
Oh, f you very much. All right, listen. Snatch. Snatch.
This is a good one. I'm not normally a fan of YouTube poop. This one's pretty good. It's not too all over the place that it's driving me nuts.
Okay, we've got some questions.
Time to bring it on. Okay,
right,
this is a rather long one. This is from Jane, who says, I am a born-again Christian and have been dating my husband's grandpa for a year now.
Sorry, what? It's edited. Lennon Cat says the U.S. version of the show Queer as Folk only did well because women were the primary viewing audience, and they often said they loved the sex scenes. First name bunch numbers says spitters or quitters, Pat. Logard says, it's not farting, preacher.
I am a born-again Christian and have been dating my husband's grandpa for a year now. Plus, my husband's grandpa was a demon. The only problem is he has 2 kids, plus 5 demon kids, plus 22 emotionally depressed kids.
The 3 genders: kids, demon kids, and emotionally depressed kids.
This day, I have constant dreams about DVDs, porn, and marijuana.
I have dreams about DVDs and sometimes marijuana.
Verbally abuse marijuana. Plus, I'm dying of AIDS. What does this mean?
You need to get a lawyer.
Time to bring it on. This is from Karina Pat, who says, balls, 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 balls. Balls, 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 balls. Balls, 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 balls.
I am going to kill you.
Here's a link to the video. Devil Summoner Marie says, I used to date a YouTube pooper. She would often talk about how it's effectively a form of punk art, equating it with her street art, and she told me that most of the other YouTube poop artists she's known for around a decade also turned out to be transgender punks. And Gnome Pickles says, demon children. Kid Batman. Very cute.
This is Brad, who says, I've been with my girlfriend for 3 years and we're planning on getting married. Here's the thing. I'm a Christian, she's a Muslim. People have told me to break it off with her, but she seems open to the faith, and I'm worried that leaving her will turn her off to Christianity, and it isn't exactly Christ-like. What do you
What a very strange question.
think?
Yes, it is Christ-like. Be not unequally joined together, yoked together with the unbelievers. In the Old Testament, they were...
Unequally yoked was also a verse that was used to try and justify people being against interracial marriage. My mom has used that verse in the past to imply an uncomfortability with such a thing, unfortunately. And her grandmother taught it to her. So yeah, that's not a great verse to use.
Forbidden to intermarry with the heathen.
With a heathen.
Now,
all right, infidel.
This girl sounds very sweet, and it may be that, you know, you can, out of the love that you have, that she'll accept the Lord.
But they've dated for 3 years. I mean,
well, he obviously hadn't had much of an impact on her.
Yeah.
But no way. No way. I mean, she'll want to do her Muslim thing, and you'll want to do your Christian thing, and there'll be constant struggle and strife. Walk away. But maybe that she will come to the Lord. Why don't you get in prayer and say,
Gnome Pickle said, "Good Godfrey, Hannah. Every time you teach us something new about your mom, I feel so sad for kid Hannah." I'll give you another one. Rachology says, "I'm so unequally yoked." Funny. So, when I was, I don't even know, 18, 19, maybe 20, 21, I don't know. It was early 20s, late teens. I was finally coming to terms with a lot of the bullshit my parents did and were like. And I went to therapy with my mom one time because she went to therapy. It didn't do a lot of help. And basically, in front of the therapist, I said a bunch of stuff to her, including the fact that I was uncomfortable with the fact that she had been basically lying to get financial assistance. And to be clear, it's not a situation where she, like, needed financial assistance. She just thought she could get it. So she lied about her home address and said that she was separated from my dad, but she never was, you know? And anyway, she was on, like, you know, that and might have been, like, Medicaid, Medicare, whichever one isn't for only when you're a certain age. Anyway, the point was she was, like, committing fraud about it, and that made me very uncomfortable, especially because she was a hypocrite, because she's a Republican, and, like, complains about other people on social services, and literally I'm talking to her about this in the, therapy, and she, like, bursts out what I am about to say is a quote, okay? Maybe not verbatim, it might be sort of like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Paraphrasing, because I don't, it was a decade ago. But she effectively burst out and said to me, "What? So black single mothers who get everything they want can be on it and I can't?" Something like that. Basically, she justified her fraud against the government and taking things that should be going to people who need them with a racist caricature that she conjured in her head. In her head, she has this image of this fake racist caricature that exists. So that justifies her doing something wrong. It's fucking disgusting. I'm so glad I'm lucky I turned out not a shitbag. I am lucky as... I am so lucky. Holy hell. Lennon Cat says, "Patty, get your terms straight. Muslims are heretics, not heathens. They believe in Jesus." Lily Love Stuff says, "Wow, your mom sounds like my mom." Sorry to hear about it.
I love this girl. I ask, Lord, that you would bring her to yourself, that she would know the love of God. Mm-hmm. And if that doesn't work, then say, "I'm sorry, goodbye." But no, it's not Christian to walk away from somebody that you're going to marry. That would...
Speedy Yoshi says, "As a black unemployed guy, I wish I could get money to get whatever I want. I would have the biggest Lego collection in the world." Would
be in violation of God's word.
It's funny how we twist and turn what God's word has to say to make it right for what we want.
Christian becomes whatever seems to be nice and friendly. No. Jesus said, "I didn't come to, bring peace but a sword." Mm-hmm. I mean, he's not gentle Jesus, meek and mild. He really isn't.
Lily Love Stuff says, "Oh wait, they're probably the same age and from similar areas. My mom had the same mentality that her parents did too. But she thought she could and can say that shit because she had 2 black husbands and 5 mixed kids." Oh my god. Terrible.
Sherry says, "I recently saw a letter written to the editor of our local newspaper by a young college student. He claims that Romans 13:1-4 clearly supports the Supreme Court gay marriage decision. He writes, since the Bible says that government is from God, therefore everyone must submit to the government, even Christians, these verses will not only shut up the bigots, but will settle this argument once and for all. Using the Bible this way to validate their sinful lifestyle not only contradicts what God said about homosexuality, but it's downright blasphemous. I want to respond, but how do I reply in a benevolent manner where I can show and correct him without sounding malicious or condescending?"
Well, you get condescending and you say, "Look, he's wrong." I mean, that's how you start. You can't have people misinterpreting the Bible. The Bible.
And no one ever does that, especially not Pat Robertson.
Well, first of all, the government, the Supreme Court has issued a ruling. That ruling tell you what, in the legal system, Party A sues Party B over marriage. I want to get married to them. And the court says, okay, you can get married. That doesn't mean that I've got to get married to a homosexual. It doesn't mean that you have to, nor
Correct?
does it mean that it's the law of the land.
It's the law that it's legal, but you are correct in that it doesn't force anyone to get married. Yes? Correct?
Congress didn't pass any law. Your state legislature didn't pass a law.
Right, but we exist under a common law system in which precedent trickles downward. So when something gets to the Supreme Court, if they deem something unconstitutional, like banning gay marriage, then de facto it's illegal. It's legal then?
So you're not
Which is why it was in 2015.
under anything. It's a decision of the court having to do with a couple of people. At least that's the way. Now, they would like to make it bigger than that, but
Does he genuinely not understand the concept of judicial review? Because that's like a pretty fundamental part of American law and governance. Like, it's a huge... It's like... What does he even think the importance of the Supreme Court does if he thinks that precedent doesn't matter? I'm so confused.
in terms of the Constitution, it isn't.
What? What the fuck? I guess his brain died a lot sooner than the rest of it. GamerG says quality 700 Club content plus here. P.S. Pat Robertson dying on my first Pride being out as Ace is comforting.
All right.
How was Pat not a sobsit? True. Stone Corbell says Marbury versus Madison judicial review has been the case since 1803.
Time for some questions. We've been running out of time on the show, but
yeah, he's the same guy who said that really racist shit about Haiti.
So what do you got?
How can anyone be anti how Haiti was founded? I wish more countries were founded on slaves fucking murdering the shit out of the people who enslaved them. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Bring it on with
John Brown is going to rise from his grave and shoot John. No, actually, since Pat Robertson's dead, whatever. Let's imagine there's an afterlife for a second. John Brown is waiting at the gates to beat the shit out of Ghost Pat Robertson.
First.
It's probably a pretty long line. First is all the people who unfortunately died during the height of the AIDS epidemic in the 80s. They get first crack at Robertson. Then it just goes depending on size of grievance after that. Rageology says, my precedent also trickles down my precedent also trickles down. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Shit, I fucked up the rules of threes. This is why I can't do jokes professionally. Quick, imagine I said something funny about my genitals. What a funny joke about your genitals. Stromboli says, my Russian coworker brought up the old line, communism doesn't work. All I said in response was, I advocate for the gayest economic policy possible, no questions asked. They walked away confused and teeth grinding. Fennikagami says, to be fair though, what the Haitians did to the mixed race people was fucked though. I don't know anything about it. I believe ya. Lily Lovestuff says, Pat Robertson and Reagan both died in June. What bigot will go down during Pride next? Ooh. I could have some suggestions, but I think it would be TOS to do so I won't.
First of all, today, Peyton says, recently I was looking through my daughter's phone and I found many pictures of a cartoon skeleton with one glowing blue eye and wearing a hoodie. When I asked my daughter why she had such demonic images on her phone, she told me there was nothing wrong with it because
Polly.
it was from a video game. How do I help my daughter not be attracted to such demonic things?
We'll give her something better.
Do they show it, or do I have to pull up a picture? Hold on. They don't show it. They're talking about the skeleton from Undertale. I've never played Undertale. I don't know anything about Undertale. Looks like an indie game. Pixel indie game of some sort. I doubt it's demonic.
I think it's a fad. You know, these funny-looking things, I think I wouldn't make a big deal of it. I think if you do, you magnify the...
You drive her to it.
Yeah, you drive her to it.
How is a skeleton demonic? 'Cause it's spooky, don't you know? The demonism was coming from inside our skin all along. Gotta get these bones out of me. They're too demonic.
And if you got something more wholesome that she can enjoy, provide it for her. You must have something. There's got to be some video game that isn't so evil, but those things are filled with violence. I mean,
Pat, name 5 video games. I just want so bad to be like, name 5 video games that have come out in the last 10 years. You can even have, like, you can just say Mario if you only know Mario. But you gotta come up with more than that. I guarantee Pat Robertson didn't know the first thing about any video games that had come out since Pong. Oh. Speaking of which, chat, Zelda's going very well. I'm over 100 hours into Tears of the Kingdom. MH Darkbeast says we need to include one of Pat's most brainless clips. Okay, we'll take a look at that after this.
I mean, you know, and
I've not beaten it yet. I'm holding off on fighting Ganon. I know where he is, and I know what to do to fight Ganon. I'm waiting to do it till I do more side quests. Someday maybe I'll play on stream on a second playthrough or something.
brutality is unreal, and that's what the kids are playing. You say, oh, well, he's just playing a video game. Yeah, sure, boom, boom, boom.
Well, sometimes it's all about being cool with your friends because they all
Oh my God, they're so out of touch.
have it, you know. So,
Yeah, well,
okay.
Okay.
Jesus, sound like idiots.
What's that one thing at Thanksgiving you just have to have?
It's mac and cheese.
Sister, that is my dish. That is the one thing
This is a bizarre clip. I've seen this. This is so fucking bizarre.
that I can rock.
But only once.
The one-hit kills, yeah. You gotta get good. I've upgraded a bunch of my armor, so it's not as bad of a problem now. GamerG says he doesn't know Mario, but he knows Mario. By the way, the character they're talking about is Sans, who's a big side character and memed to the moon and back by the internet when Undertale came out. It felt like a parody. Okay.
Once a year.
No, I've not covered him talking about D&D.
Good interview, Christy.
you, Pat.
Congratulations. What is this mac and cheese? Is that a black thing?
It is a
Okay, so I do understand that, like... Hold on, I gotta go back. Hold on. Come on. God damn it.
Congratulations. What is this mac and cheese? Is that a black thing?
It is a black thing, Pat.
It
is a
is.
black. Listen, and you guys, other people, the world needs to get on board with macaroni and cheese.
What, do these people think white people don't know about mac and cheese? White people fucking love mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is practically the official Canadian dish, and Canada's very white. What the fuck are they talking about? Does Pat Robertson died at 10 trillion years old. In that time, he never had mac and cheese once? He never had a box of fucking Kraft dinner? What are you doing? What? Did I see Illumination is signing a deal with Nintendo for making a Zelda movie? Oh, yikes. 2 scenarios. Illumination attempts a serious story, probably ineptly, or we get a comedy Zelda. Both scenarios do not bode well. That's not good. Because I actually like Zelda. The Mario movie I don't care very much. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe it's good. I heard it was at least fun, but like, it's a typical Illumination throwaway movie that has pop music in it for no reason and all that stuff. Whatever, it's Mario. He's kind of silly anyway. Legend of Zelda can actually kind of be taken seriously, and it makes me sad that we're probably not going to get an opportunity to see it taken seriously. Fucking Minions, man. Fennikagami says, to clear up my Haiti point, the revolutionaries made the mixed race people do the killing of the slavers to promote their loyalty, and basically used them as scapegoats against any criticism about the violence. Ah. The context is eating it at Thanksgiving. My family always ate and still eats mac and cheese at Thanksgiving. Last Thanksgiving, I made mac and cheese. That was the dish I made. And it was great, by the way. I like the 80s Mario movie. I think it's fun. Chiba Hawk says the first modern recipe for macaroni and cheese was included in Elizabeth Raffles' 1769 book, The Experienced English Housekeeper. That's what I'm saying. It's not like a new thing. That's why I'm confused. Fenekigami says mac and cheese was an invention of the slave chief of George Washington. That sounds like a pop cultural myth. Lennon Cat says Patty can't handle mac and cheese. It's too spicy. Eldronder says we are reaching levels of whiteness unexperienced before. Gnome Pickle says I'm like 13 different kinds of white and I eat mac and cheese so much that I'm pretty sure I am at least 6% macaroni and 10% cheese by weight. Lily Love Stuff says Kraft is different from mac and cheese, like the mac and cheese Condoleezza and whoever this lady is talking about is not Kraft, it's an art form. You're comparing that to Kraft as a tragedy. I'm familiar. Like I said, last Thanksgiving, I made a real baked mac and cheese with I made like a roux for it and everything and added the cheese. I understand real mac and cheese. I fucking made it. But you can't say Kraft mac and cheese isn't any kind of mac and cheese. It is a kind of mac and cheese. It's just very different than baked mac and cheese. It would be like saying French bread pizza isn't pizza. It's pizza. It's just a different kind of pizza. Or it's like saying Chicago deep dish pizza isn't pizza. It's a kind of pizza. H-Baird says, Zelda is serious art, you say. Well, excuse me, princess.
Well, excuse me, princess.
I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos. It's from one of the CBI games. Devil Summoner Marie says, apparently the guys who did the Castlevania Netflix show have expressed interest in doing a Metroid series, but I doubt Nintendo would go for that. Probably not, but that would be great. Fenekigami says that mac and cheese fact I learned was from Jake. The slave chef's name was Xerxes, who was sent overseas to learn cooking in France. Oh, so maybe he brought it to the United States? That doesn't mean he necessarily invented it. I don't know, though. I'd have to look it up. The Chicago deep dish pizza is heresy. The Chicagoans should be excommunicated for it. I don't understand all this pizza beef, okay? Though I do like beef on pizza. All pizza's good, for the most part. New York style pizza. First of all, let's just say, New York style pizza wins. When you think the word pizza, you think of a New York style pizza. You don't even have to say New York style. It's just pizza. That's generic American pizza is the New York style. Then you have the variations. Chicago deep dish, which is good. It's different, but it's good. There's Detroit style, which I like. It's a little different. I'm sure there's other regional variations too. They're all pizza. They're all good. It's all carbs and cheese and sauce and yummy things in my mouth, okay? Let's all just, can't we just enjoy carbs and peace and friendship? Anyway.
Seriously, okay, Christmas and Thanksgiving, we have to have macaroni and cheese.
My family always has that as well.
And it trips me out that you...
Rachology says, imagining Italians sitting in Italy for hundreds of years with both pasta tubes and cheese and never thinking to combine the two. There are things that predate our conception of mac and cheese, like, oh god, what's it called? Like pepe. It's something that translates basically to cheese and pepper. It's a simple dish, but that's an Italian thing. Prakagam says we can never forget the only contribution Iowa makes to cuisine, the taco pizza. Pepe Silva. Cacayo y Pepe. Yeah, that's what it is. I can do words. I can do words good. This is the closest thing to mac and cheese I can think of. That's like an Italian thing. It's like, there you go.
I really don't. I don't, and I have never.
H-Beard says, I would like to point out that Chicago has two types of pizza. What you outsiders call Chicago style, we call deep dish. We call it both in Michigan, Chicago style deep dish. We either can say just Chicago style or just deep dish as like a shorter version, but both are applicable. We also have second kind that's very thin and cut into squares instead of slices. That's either referred to as thin crust or just pizza. Thin crust pizza's good. I've had thin crust pizza. Two C's make the ch sound. You make the ch sound. Ch. Someone sent this and said this is like what's going on in Florida with the immigration thing. When I order regular pizza, does that mean plain or is there something on it? Like if I said that to a restaurant, I would never say that to a restaurant because I use apps. I have not called a pizza place in over a decade. If I wanted just like a cheese pizza, I'd say just a cheese pizza. Probably with extra cheese. Rageology says, was sarcasm. England had a medieval version of lasagna that was just alternating layers of pasta and cheese. I would like that in my mouth.
My fellow citizens, California has another crisis.
This is a real serious disaster.
There's also a New Haven style. I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar.
And this one may have a greater impact than any.
There's mac and cheese pizza. I've had a few mac and cheese pizzas. Some are really good, some are really bad. Depends on how they cook it. Like anything, I guess. What a vacuous statement. I'm turning into Jordan B. Peterson.
Thing that has ever happened before.
Sometimes food is good, and sometimes it's bad. It depends on how they prepare it. I give a lot of very, like, substantive advice and commentary on this stream.
Its severity cannot be underestimated.
We have lost our pride.
Did I see Ben Shapiro has done a video calling the new Spider-Verse movie woke because of the trans flag? It doesn't surprise me. I knew that was going to happen.
State of emergency.
I've been ignoring all that bullshit, basically, since I started my ADHD meds. It doesn't bother me anymore. I mean, it bothers me on some level, but I'm not, like, obsessively doom-scrolling these people. They're a joke. These people are a fucking joke. Like, I get it. There are places where it's very dangerous to be as a trans person. Florida, most of the South, like, all over. I understand that. And I am very concerned for those people. But just in terms of my safety, I realized, like, I'm in a very accepting area. Like, if anyone tried to do anything to me in public, assault me or say shit to me, most of the people around would want their ass kicked and not mine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing fine. Anyway, Two Genders in a Trench Coat says, and speaking of pizza, what's the best and worst pizzas you've ever had? I had a pretty good one at the Emerald Lagasse restaurant. Like, it just seemed like the ingredients were pretty fresh. Like, it wasn't amazing, but it's probably, like, the highest scale pizza I've had. It's pretty darn good. I enjoyed it a lot, and I'd have it again, but, like, it probably wasn't as good as the price tag. The price tag was definitely because you know this television chef, but it was good. The worst pizza I've ever had? That's tough. I don't know if I've ever had a pizza that I'm just like, no, I don't want any of this. I've had pineapple pizza once, and I didn't particularly like it. I don't have that whole, like, ugh, pineapple pizza meme. I don't care. Eat what you like on your pizza. I'm glad you enjoy that sweet, meaty taste. Whatever. It's not for me, but I get it. Pineapple, like, sweet stuff like pineapple and pork is not a crazy thing to mix. Look at, like, Hawaiian cooking, for instance. Probably other Polynesian cooking, too, but I'm not sure. Like, that's a flavor combination that does make sense. I just don't like it.
Urgency. We have lost our dignity.
It's the beginning of the apocalypse.
We have lost our Mexicans.
A day without a Mexican.
I woke up and my husband was gone. And my husband, he is a Mexican, and he would never leave without his teeth.
Every explanation needs to be considered.
Forget about parking your cars at valet.
For those who don't get it, in Florida, there's apparently issues because of the draconian immigration laws that have been put in place by the Florida Senate, and DeSantis have made it so there are a lot fewer immigrants there. And I don't know if you know this, but immigrants are the back of America's agriculture industry and other industries. So they're having a bad time. And they're like, oh, no, please, we need you to be part of the workforce so we can exploit you. We just also want to treat you like second-class citizens and scare the shit out of you so you stay in line. It's fucked up.
Forget about getting a glass of water at the restaurant.
Then I came here. The place was a mess. I had to...
I get what they're doing with this satire, but to me it feels overly broad. Like, I feel like this is this a whole movie? It's a trailer. This must be a whole movie. I feel like this is a 2-minute SNL sketch. I feel like stretching this into a whole movie is like... That's rough. You're really stretching your premise thin.
Wash a dish.
Why is the government calling them aliens if they did not think that they were from somewhere else? Jose, mothership.
If we don't find them, we'll be in deep you-know-what.
Of a car was this angry customer?
And life as we know it will never be the same.
There's 13 million people missing, and you could be next.
How do you make the invisible visible?
Please come back.
A day without a Mexican.
Yeah. I've seen other mockumentaries that are kind of similar vein of social commentary, like... What was the name of it? No Men Beyond This Point. Similar vein, but I think it was actually done a little better. The production value is definitely higher. Here's the trailer.
By the end of 1957, 3 out of 4 babies born were coming from fatherless impregnation. And every one of those mothers gave birth to a girl.
The government needs to acknowledge it, or they are going to be sorry.
Women take over, and guess what? We live in a world where there's no wars, no
I'm 37 years old, and I'm the youngest man in the world. I'm gonna make the best of the opportunities that I do have, because things aren't going to change.
Excuse me? Can't congregate in groups of more than 2.
Oh, come on. They have taken away our place in society. They will not take away our dignity.
We'll see how they get along without us.
Hey, jackass! You forgot your coat!
Women still crave intimacy, just as we're still pairing off in order to raise our children.
But there are men still out there. Could we just take a small break?
Of course there are women who don't want men to perish, and they're a dying breed.
Just let them die off!
This is an act of nature.
Praise nature.
They are lacing our food with estrogen, which is the girly hormone.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
We'd already been hiding. This was going to be a lot harder. If we want to change, we're going to have to do something about it.
Mom! There's a man outside! Get out of here! Hey, no! Shoot!
This is pretty good. I've watched the whole movie. I found it entertaining. It's at least worth watching once, I'd say. It has issues. For instance, some of the stereotypes they apply to women are, like, not great. Like, they're all into fucking astrology, and science, like, is on the back burner, as if women are not... as if women are not interested in science and only interested in, like, woo-woo astrology shit. So that's not great. But, you know. I still found the movie mostly entertaining. MH Darkby says, beware of the demons, Hannah.
This next one is from Diane, who says, every year I let my teenage son go with friends to a Halloween event at a
Oh, it doesn't address trans people at all.
local theme park.
So if you're wondering about that, I don't think it even comes up in the movie.
I just learned that they have a haunted house based on Satan and demons.
What does that mean? Like, it's just a typical haunted house, I'm guessing, with, like, monsters and scary stuff that you've determined is satanic based on nothing?
Apparently there are girls and suggestive demons.
Austin Rosenberg with a link. Take a look at that in a minute.
And outfits selling drinks, techno music, and even a demon.
Confederate States of America, CSA, is also a pretty good documentary. I'm pretty sure IFC did it. Interesting look at race in an alternate history
DJ
where the South wins the Civil War, basically.
Who encourages people to dance. I know my son is a good boy, and he will be disappointed if I don't let him go. How can I make him understand that keeping him away is the best thing for him?
I guarantee this mom is now wondering, why does my kid not want to talk to me? Chiba Hawk says she's describing what sounds like a really good time. But fun is evil! Did you know if you have fun that it's gonna make you less susceptible to indoctrination? So we can't let them have fun or they won't be desperate enough to believe in our lie about an eternal afterlife. The History of Time Travel is also good. Is that on DVD? I need to get that. Hold on. History of Time Travel DVD. Because I know it's on Amazon. But I don't think they ever put it out physically, did they? That's a shame. I'd actually like to own that. I enjoyed that movie.
You gotta tell him.
My time travel collection got bigger today. Today I received a DVD called... Oh, God. What is it called? Of course, Army of Darkness comes up first. I'm an idiot. Not Army of Darkness, the other Bruce Campbell time travel movie. Anyway, it's a time travel movie about stopping the JFK assassination, and Bruce Campbell's in it. I've never heard of it, but it was on sale, and when I saw Bruce Campbell was in a time travel movie, I immediately was like, yep, need that. Lily Love Stuff says, if you want a series to take on this premise, want a historical setting, and don't hate anime, like Hannah, I would recommend Uku. Basically 90% of the male population dies in feudal Japan, so society is structured in a matriarchal manner. The anime adaptation of the manga comes out later this year. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I'll give you a few examples of things that happen in the No Men Beyond This Line mockumentary thing. Societal changes. The first time you get, when you start menstruation for the first time, it's like a quite public thing. You have like a party and stuff, and no one considers it weird, because everyone basically does it. So that's like a very public thing, and there's no shame surrounding periods of any kind. Most women are lesbians in that future, or whatever. What else? I'm trying to think. There's a one-world government. It's quite, like, bureaucratic, but, like, there's a one-world government that more or less gets along.
The truth, I mean...
Oh, some of the men are put on a reservation, and they're, like, super upset about it, but, like, not really, because, like, they get food and stuff, so they're like, I guess this is fine, but they act like they want to do a revolution, but they don't really.
Explain to him who the devil is. Explain to him the devil wants to destroy you. The devil, you know, seeks who he may devour. He's out to kill you. Yeah. And he's going to put everything nice in your way that's going to seem like fun. There's pleasure in sin for a season. But
what about things that are fun that aren't sins? Like most things.
The answer is...
I don't know if you remember this, but the Bible says that there's not only a time to weep, but there's a time to dance. Kevin Bacon said that, I think.
His mother, don't let your babies grow up to be demon worshippers, if I can quote from Willie Nelson.
I don't think Willie Nelson approves of anything you're saying.
Yeah, don't let them do it. I mean, you know, that's just the way it is. And you say, look, no, I'm sorry. Or better than that, there needs to be alternative Halloween celebrations in churches where they have all the games and all the fun.
Oh yeah, and kids love church activities. When I was a kid, my favorite thing was having to go to church and do some bullshit carnival or whatever, which this is the funny thing. Do adults not understand that kids understand how transparent you're being when you hold like a carnival or a fun thing at a church? Kids understand what you're doing. They're not tricked into being like, oh, it's just a fun carnival. As a kid, sure, I'd participate in the activities the best I could because I was brought there, and I'm not gonna, you know, just try and not have fun, but, like, I'm very aware that this is, like, they're trying to ingratiate me to their Christian community, to the Christian community, and so I, like, like them more. It's like a bad educational film for kids. Like, they kind of know what you're doing, you know? Rachology says, as trans people, thankfully we all know that women are incapable of bigotry and shitty and power structures. Yeah, the movie's not perfect. Reno Redhead says, Mofo still looks like a chimpanzee. Forrest Espion says, hello, Hannah. Today is my day off work, but I had bad monthly pain, fatigue, and very bad nausea, and I just came when you were talking about periods. There you go. Pronkagam says, I liked church carnivals, but that's because the church was my entire life. Oof. Was the Bruce Campbell film Time Quest? I think so. I think so. Let's look. Yep. That's it. Bruce Campbell's in there somewhere. I don't know who he's playing. I don't even think he's like the main guy in it or anything. Is JFK in any of these screenshots? He's in one of them. Weird. I wonder if it's just a thing where he filmed all his stuff in like one day, in like an hour, and they just intercut his stuff throughout the film. Kind of like a lot of the recent Bruce Willis movies. Which I understand why he was doing that, because of the dementia, but...
And then all the nice, pretty girls and all the handsome boys.
Cameo like Congo. Yeah, it's the best part of the movie.
Boys and all that, they all come together, and they're praising the Lord instead of worshiping Satan. But Halloween has become a night when the devil rejoices. All right.
It's really not. The devil isn't real. It's people having fun. Chill out. Yeah, Bruce Willis is like retired from acting because he has dementia. The reason he was doing so many terrible movies for the last like 5 years or whatever is because he got a diagnosis and he knew he was going to be incapable of acting soon. So he did a bunch of low-budget, shitty movies that paid him like $1 million to show up for a day, and he did this over and over and over and over again, so he would have more money to leave to his kids and stuff, and for his own care, because, you know... This is why also, in some of those movies, you can see he's wearing an earpiece, being fed his lines. Some of that's probably because he was already having memory issues, which is very sad. You know? It's a shame. Someone sent this.
Well, gang, turns out the sea monster of the lakeside campgrounds isn't a
Thanks for the emotional bits, Rublum.
Monster after all.
Wait, is this from the porn? Is this from the Scooby-Doo porn parody?
Well, gang, turns out the sea monster of the lakeside campgrounds isn't a monster after all.
Mr. Walters!
Zoinks! I don't get it. Why would the owner of the campsite be, like, terrorizing the campers?
Turns out, tourism to see the lakeside monster pays more than the campers ever did.
That's right. And I would have gotten away with it, too. If it wasn't for you kids and your meddling... Whoa! What?
Does that dog talk?
Is that?
That's just Scooby. He helps us solve crimes.
What is, Scooby?
Like, he's just our dog, dude.
Russ, right? That is not just a dog.
For those wondering, there are actual multiple canon explanations depending on the canon we're talking about as to why Scooby-Doo can talk. Sometimes it's just not explained, he just can. Other times, Velma created some kind of collar that translates dog speak to human speak. In another one, he's some sort of demonic entity that has, like, become a dog in some way, like some eldritch being that takes the shape of a dog because he likes it or something.
You all claim to hunt monsters for a living.
That's my favorite one. I like the idea. I like the whole, like, eldritch being H.P. Lovecraft thing, but what I like more than that is a subversion of that, where, like, they're an eldritch being, but they don't cause horror or anything. They like really weird things. Like, maybe there's an eldritch being that just wants to be a weird dog that solves mysteries. I don't think that's canon to the main series, but it's canon to one of the, like, spin-off alt-universe ones or something. Devil Summoner Marie says, yes, 1 Peter 5-8, often translated as, be vigilant as the devil is prowling about as a lion seeking who he may devour. If looking into the original Greek, after 5 minutes I've discovered a more literal translation would be abstain from heavy drinking as enemies, just a generic word for enemy or villain, are always looking for someone to figuratively devour. Wow. The Bible's translated really bad.
Greatest monster of all time is hiding right beneath your noses.
It's over, Mr. Walters.
Tried to say yeah. It understands binary affirmatives and negatives.
Crystal Evenstar, thanks for following. Welcome.
Never mind, it fully understands human language.
Wait, gang, I still have one question.
You only have one question?
How do you explain all the spooky sounds we heard in the mystery machine?
Like, that was just Scoob's tummy rumbling.
Russ, right, Raggy? It speaks fluent English.
Like, chill out, Mr. Walters. Scoob's just hungry for a nice sandwich.
An eldritch being that likes to comment on chuds and tinfoilers. That's ridiculous. There'd never be a creature that feeds on people's entertainment and their Bits. That's ridiculous.
Isn't that right, buddy?
Oh, God.
Oh, my star.
Scooby's the throat goat.
He just unhinged his jaw and ate an entire sandwich.
Excuse me?
Why are you all not freaking out?
Like, relax. That's just Scooby-Doo being Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo even sounds like the name of an ancient malevolent creature. Why would you all name him that?
For your information...
How are we gonna have Velma make jokes about how small Fred's white dick is if he's not played by a white man?
We didn't.
Marcus Drake says there's an anime, I Can Only Apologize, where Lovecraft's god of chaos, Nyarlathotep, becomes obsessed with a generic Power Rangers knockoff and runs around in a human body having adventures just for entertainment. Fun. Scooby-Doo versus Steve Urkel. Who would win? Steve Urkel. He would clone himself and turn the second clone into Stefan Urkel, and it's all over. Bumble Homestead says, with 200 bits, just, in case. Good, good. You're safe. For now.
Yeah, we all had the same nightmare and woke up and instinctively knew what his name was. What a dog.
It's not a dog!
Oh, shut it. If Scoob isn't a dog, why is he so good at giving hugs?
And walking.
And driving.
A dog shouldn't be able to do any of them things!
Well then, I guess he also shouldn't have been able to discover your tracks, which led us to your secret cabin. That's when we first suspected that you might be...
Yeah, we got it. You outsmarted the struggling business owner.
Just like we always do, gang.
Oh, God!
You all have a man-dog servant that can speak fluent English, does mid-level detective work, and now it's levitating. I will say this one last time. That is not a dog!
It's less than a minute left. Gitar with 50 bits says, Scooby... Scooby-Doo-by-Doo, Eldritch God of Enigma. It's pretty good.
Scoob's more of a dog than you'll ever be.
What? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Look, I'm trying to do you all a solid.
Oh, like, relax.
Maybe Scooby-Doo is an eldritch being that is trans and identifies as a mystery-solving cartoon dog. I can get behind that. I'm happy for him.
There's nothing to be scared of.
That's a fucking glow-up.
Come on, Scoob, give him a hug.
You stay away from me. You stay back. You are possessed. I know you. You are the Ancient One. Scoobitus Moobitus, you stay back. You are possessed. Stay back from me. It's Rasta Hog.
Thanks for all your help, kids.
Mr. Walters just ran out to our cruiser and begged us to arrest him.
Ruby Roo.
Beautiful.
Jerry asked, I have to ask this question.
If you're an adult who can't talk about oral sex, you're not an adult. It's fine. Grow up.
Is oral sex between a husband and a wife in a marriage a sin?
No, you're fine.
And
but also eat the box. Reciprocate, you coward. I stopped myself before I said the sentence that would have gone too far. I'm proud of myself. Forrest Espion says, Hannah, have you seen the show or any review of the Velma show? Don't let Chuds ruin a legit critique of any show. Any thoughts on Velma? What made you cringe the most? I've seen clips. It doesn't look funny. It looks like it's trying really hard. It looks like it was almost intended just to get Chud anger. And also the writer, Mindy Kaling, is a TERF. So sorry if you like Kelly from The Office. She's a TERF.
I don't want to. Don't look at me. I'm too young for that question.
You're too young to talk about oral sex. You're an adult.
Yeah. I'm too young.
Jesus Christ, these people are fucking sheltered. Does this lady not think Pat Robertson has had his old wrinkly dick sucked? Of course he has.
Have a baby. Did you get married?
Oh my lord! Can we just switch the current up, Pat?
These people's sex lives must be fucking miserable. Holy shit.
You see this?
The Bible doesn't make that sinful. It's a question is what's in your heart. You know, what's in your heart? If to you it's sin, it's sin.
Gnome Pickle says that's how she got the job after all, Hannah.
And the Bible says that, you know, something about a bed is undefiled between a husband and a wife. So whatever you guys decide on between a husband and a wife, God bless you, be undefiled. That's what I mean.
It didn't say it is the, it's
No,
let it be.
Yeah.
That means don't bring somebody else in there.
Exactly. I'm glad you cleared up that scripture for me.
But
I think
Is she gonna go? Is she like, oh, okay, I can do oral now with my husband? Is she gonna do that? I'm curious. Stone Corbell says, to be fair to her, I wouldn't want to talk to Pat Robertson about oral sex either. I would, because I know it would make him uncomfortable. Rageology says, is oral sex between husband and wife in marriage a sin? I ask as I get down between said husband and wife. Haha, I'm a wit, etc. Marcus Drake says, clearly that question would be best for Oral Roberts. God damn it. Oh no! Oh no!
This is Nancy who says, my spouse was reading the part of the Bible where God told his people to wipe out cities and take their lands. Why didn't a loving God have mercy on them? That sounds like Islam to me.
The combination of ignorance and arrogance within these comments is so fucking crazy to me. Like, is this person genuinely ignorant to the immense amount of violence perpetrated in the name of Christianity throughout history? Holy shit.
Well,
like, religious extremism, or extremism in general, is not delegated only to one religion you happen to not like.
It does sound kind of rough, doesn't it? Those wars of extermination have given pause to people through the centuries. But here's the deal. If you look at it this way, assuming you have a culture that has 1,000 really bad people in it.
Oh no. This is gonna be bad.
Murderers, they're thieves, they're rapists, they're having incest. I mean, you name it. They're doing everything.
Like Adam and Eve?
Horrible. Now, if they have children, what's going to happen? Instead of having 1,000, you'll now have maybe 3,000.
Oh my god, evil isn't hereditary. It's not even objective, you fucking psycho. This is just eugenics. This is fucking eugenics, you sick old bastard. Holy shit. Oh my god, he literally, it's like, what? Oh god.
Or 4,000. And then if they...
It's just genocide. He's just justifying genocide.
Nothing has changed them. Then they're going to pass it on to the next generation. Then the next thing you know, you've got 10,000 or 20,000 of them. And if it keeps on going, you can have 1 million of them. So what's the most merciful thing for a loving God to do?
Fuck off. Devil Summoner Marie says, I have a minor in the Bible and I would like to explain a lot of biblical translations are fucking bullshit. In the example I gave about 1 Peter and the devil, the reason for this often laughable translation is that the word Satan in ancient Hebrew is literally for the enemy, though a more likely cultural translation would be prosecuting attorney. Due to the literal translation of the enemy, a lot of translations then go to translate all instances of enemy in the text to Satan. I'm actually familiar with that. In the original Hebrew, it was like Satan or something. It goes back to like the Job story, when Satan, the prosecutor, whatever you want to call him, in that story goes to God and says, I bet you Job won't be faithful if you take away everything that he loves. It's a fucked up story in and of itself, but I don't know. It's just weird. A lot of Christians don't seem to understand much about the Bible, and it freaks me out. Bittergrin says, the more he talks, the happier I am he's gone. Good. Devil Summoner Marie says, even across languages, ancient Hebrew to ancient Greek.
Is to take the 1,000 and get rid of them.
By his logic, everyone is evil because Cain was evil and his Adam and Eve kid, aka our ancestors. I mean, Christians do all believe that, basically, that everyone's evil, that we have original sin. That's why they think we need salvation from Christ. But yeah, that doesn't make sense within what he's saying here, because it would need to be some sort of exceptional evil. He's singling groups out for genocide that he thinks are okay. It's gross. Somebody in the comments says, but Hannah, if genocide is wrong, why did God make it fun for the whole family?
And that's what he did. I mean, he sent his people in to say, these people have had, like, hundreds of years, and they are rebels, and they are depraved, and...
You're depraved. Rachology says, just so you know, because of dyspraxia making names almost impossible to actually attach to people, every time you say Pat Robertson, my mind proffers me the mental image of Robert Patterson in full Batman armor and thinks it's done a good job. I thought dyspraxia was the thing where you have coordination issues, as opposed to the other thing, which is words being... Although, maybe, is dyspraxia also... Is dyspraxia audible versus dyslexia? Or did you just mean dyslexia? Is dyslexia also audible and not just in writing?
And the earth needs to get rid of them. Now, it sounds cruel, but in the long run, it's more merciful.
Euphemia Effie, glad to have you here.
Further, he didn't...
And I'm glad that you don't like the 700 Club.
Want his people to be contaminated by those people. So, I know that's all hard, but this...
I don't think that there's an afterlife, but unironically, I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't wish there was sometimes, just so that there was some sort of cosmic justice in the end. And I don't even believe in, like, infinite punishment. I think the entire concept of hell in and of itself is quite immoral. I don't think people should be punished for eternity, for finite crimes or whatever. I think that's messed up. But, like, Pat Robertson will never know he was wrong. He's dead and buried. Or he will be buried, I guess, soon. And he'll never know he was wrong and bad and terrible to people. It's kind of sad. Jitara says, ma'am, I don't recall committing atrocities in the name of the Temple of Paul unless we count our endless crusades against misinformation and bad vibes. I kill spiders sometimes. Chromatic Cuttlefish says, this is gonna be some genuine National Socialist shit.
This is God, and I'm not God. I'm just telling you that's a good rationale for what happened.
Yeah, he made himself known through his works with his people too. Some of these other communities of people knew that their God was an awesome God, and yet continued in their lives.
Well, there's so many things, but you read Leviticus, the things that they did, were just appalling. I mean, they had sex with animals, and they had incest.
You're just, where are you getting this from?
They did all these terrible things, and
the Bible doesn't say this. The Bible does not say this specifically. I've read it. The parts that are being talked about are when, like, David and the Israelites conquered a bunch of people. It does not say that they fucked animals. There are rules in the Bible against fucking animals, which you could argue are in opposition to surrounding people of that culture. Who knows, though? But the Bible does not say go kill them because they fuck goats or sheep or anything else. That's not what the Bible says.
They offered their children as sacrifices to their gods. They just went on.
This idea that it's some benevolent thing is so wild to me. Literally, the past, people just functioned by conquering each other. It's fucked up. It's a big part of human history.
Down the line.
It's the framework for a lot of human history, unfortunately, as here are conflicts that are ongoing during this period and how they affect society.
Horrible what they did.
King David was a genocidal maniac, if even a fraction of the story is true. And an adulterer. So that's great. But he gets a pass because he's God's bestie. Fenekagami says, the funny thing about Cain is that he was following the logic God taught him. Cain's sacrifice didn't hurt anything and required the hard work of cultivating the land and was rejected. Abel's sacrifice involved killing an animal and was easy. Cain followed the lesson and killed something more valuable, a human, arguably trying to please God by sacrificing his most valuable thing, his brother. It's an interesting interpretation. The whole story is very weird to me. Ugh.
Why did God...
Radiology says dyspraxia is when your brain doesn't form strong or efficient connections between neurons, so everything from coordination, memory, and parsing language gets affected. Also, it has some personality effects that are similar to autism. Fun times. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know.
God allowed the men of faith in the Old Testament to have multiple wives and concubines.
The Bible says that because when the Old Testament was written, that was very common.
And when did God change his mind and make marriage?
When did God change his mind? I didn't even know you could do that with omnipotence. Or rather, omniscience. Sorry. You literally can't be omniscient and change your mind. Like, by definition, if you already know everything, then your decisions should be set in stone because you have all of the available information. Like, how does your mind change? That doesn't make sense.
I don't think God changed his mind. The truth is that women have babies, and when they have babies, they can't fight wars because they're having babies and they're looking after their babies, and they need somebody to look after them. That's why husbands are supposed to look after their wives. And it's a man can take care of several wives, whereas one wife can't take care of several husbands.
H-Beard says, what does God need with a polycule?
But I think in the early days there must have been more women than men, and it was, you know, multiple wives were standard stuff in the primitive societies, and they still are in Africa. I knew one guy, I think he was a chief or something, who generally had 60 wives.
There are definitely cultures where multiple marriages are still a thing. There are some people who are fundamentalist Mormons who still practice plural marriage, as they call it. It's definitely still a thing. It's weird that he just singles out Africa. That is not the only place where that happens. And also Africa is a continent. So could you be more specific? It's kind of a big area to cover. You know, a guy in Africa. One of the larger continents.
So you say that's a little excessive, and it is, but...
Lennon Cat says a woman can't take care of more than one man, but she can take care of more than one child. Yeah, it's all post hoc justification for this idea they have about a hierarchy with God at the top. There's like God and Jesus, and then under that is like the man of the house, and then the woman is under the man, and then the children are under the woman. And that hierarchy of power is like fundamental to their worldview. Him in particular, and a lot of like fundamentalist Christians. Not all Christians, obviously. Chromatic Cuttlefish says, really, women can't fight wars? So what was Deborah in Judges? Chopped liver? Rageology says, dyspraxics of the world unite. You've already lost your chains because you can't remember where you last put them.
Nevertheless, God didn't change his mind, but came the New Testament, and Jesus gave the standards of marriage. A man will leave his mother and father, cleave to his wife, and the twain will become one flesh. And so that's the biblical order of the New Testament. But the culture has changed. God didn't change his mind, but the culture changed.
Humanity progresses one funeral at a time. The best I can hope for is whenever it's my time to go, as will happen someday to us all, I hope there aren't a ton of people looking at that event and going, huh, we're all better off.
And I'm still...
That's all you can hope for, I think.
The
best thing you can really do is make people sad when you die. It means you meant something to them. It means a piece of you is part of them, and that's kind of nice.
I don't know anything in the Bible that indicates that polygamy as such is, you know, against the Bible. But
you just said the Bible, okay.
We don't do it, and a lot of laws that were based on the New Testament don't permit.
Chat, some of you do me a favor. I have I'm always afraid, like, I know, hats off, bisexual kaiju. What do you want me to wear for the hats off? I have this fear about, I know everyone, to be clear, everyone dies. Not worried about the dying. Everyone's forgotten, though, too, at a certain point. And that's really sad. So, like, 50 years from now, if you're still kicking, regardless of where I am, if I'm still streaming, or if I'm dead or somewhere else, not on the internet, who knows? Give me a thought from time to time. Think about the weirdo on the internet you used to watch. Think about me sometime, okay? Funnikagami says, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Bible doesn't really define marriage, does it? It just says so-and-so were married, right? It specifies certain sexual activities that are not meant to happen. Like, you're not supposed to be with certain family members and stuff and animals, and I would argue that does sort of conflate to marriage, since their conception of marriage involved procreation the vast majority of the time. So I would say it's not unreasonable to read into that stuff homophobia. I have no doubt that the people who wrote and edited the Bible were not cool with gay people, even though I don't think that's right.
So that's the way we are.
And praise the Lord for that.
Praise. It depends.
I do have a witch's hat. Yeah.
You know, you go to China now. There are more men than there are women, and not enough women to go around. So every wife, maybe she'll have several husbands.
That would be kind of funny if China, as a way to deal with their imbalanced population gender thing, if they were to promote polyamory, in particular with multiple men to one woman. Jitara says, think about you, Hannah. You've already been immortalized as the High Priestess of Paul. Your place among history's immortals is already locked in. Yeah. It's just me and that person who left the bad review for the granite, or whatever it was. Just me and that person chilling in the afterlife watching memes about us being made.
Dungeons & Dragons emphasizes black and white witchcraft.
Black and white witchcraft.
It creates a world of fear and death. Dr. Gary North says Dungeons & Dragons is the most effective...
It was copper, I apologize. That's literally just the thing I clicked on.
Most magnificently packaged, most profitably marketed, the most thoroughly researched introduction...
Thanks, Rachiology. I'm not even going to read that out loud. That's an interesting place I'm going to have in your life.
to the occult in man's recorded history.
Okay. This was taken from a television program called The 700 Club, which is an American show hosted primarily by a man called Pat Robertson, and he's been doing it since 1966. Not only is Pat the presenter, but he actually founded the Christian Broadcasting Network in which the TV show is aired. Pat is a televangelist who has spent a lot of his career telling people their hobbies and interests are wrong. In the 1980s, he waged a war on Dungeons & Dragons, children's television programs, and punk and heavy metal music. Sadly, his views on D&D are actually the tip of the iceberg. In the past...
How does he feel about pop punk?
Pat has blamed 9/11 on feminists.
Don't wanna be you. Don't wanna be just like you.
And gay people.
This is the anthem. Throw up your hands up.
Earthquake in Haiti on the original founders of the country, making a pact with a devil. Yes, Pat Robertson is a real work of art when it comes to total and utter delusion. But today we're focusing on his crusade against the terrible evil that is...
Today I was listening to Spotify while playing Zelda today, and Baja was sitting on the couch, and that song came on. It's called The Anthem by Good Charlotte, I think. Anyway, I mentioned her. It's funny that this is like mom and dad music now. Like, there are definitely kids who their parents play that kind of pop punk early 2000s shit in the car, and their kids are like, ugh, this is so old and cringe. I feel old.
And Dragons. Pat Robertson still presents the 700 Club today, and as recently as 2013...
we didn't watch him running for president, no. There was a YouTube video I looked at about it that's like an hour long, but the audio was terrible.
He had the following to say regarding D&D.
There was a game called Dungeons...
Wait, does he not know Dungeons & Dragons still existed when he filmed this? Dungeons & Dragons is more popular in 2022 than than it's probably ever been. Thanks to Stranger Things in large part, but yeah, Dungeons & Dragons is incredibly popular. I should say role-playing tabletop games in general. Wizards of the Coast lost some community support with some of the bullshit they pulled recently, but generally, whether it's D&D or Pathfinder or one of the many other tabletop systems out there, it's more prolific than ever, Pat. You fucking lost. Here's something that I want to tell you that's great. And for everything that we think about, and for all the fact that we cover terrible shit every day, and there are so many transphobic, homophobic, racist people out there. I want you to think about Pat Robertson and the things he believed and what his life was like. Think about this. I'm gonna even go full screen for this, because this is important. Everyone needs to hear it. Dahlia Vianney says, good Charlotte music is a national treasure. If they're problematic, let me live in ignorance a little longer. But, so Pat Robertson, evangelical Christian, founded the 700 Club, continually pushed anti-gay rhetoric, any sort of thing against popular rock music, all the way back to like the 80s. He was complaining about 80s rock music. Are you fucking kidding me? And I want you to imagine, what year was he born? Hold on, real quick. He was born in 1930. When did women get the vote? So Pat Robertson was born a decade after women got the right to vote. I would imagine that Pat Robertson, based on the things he has said, is also a very sexist man. Probably racist. He was born in the 1930s. His entire life was a series of the things he believed to be right crumbling before him decade over decade. Think about that. It's beautiful. Slowly women got more and more rights. Catholics came more to prominence, which I'm sure he didn't like because he's an evangelical and they don't tend to like Catholics. JFK, a Catholic, elected to the presidency and considered one of the most popular presidents of all time, in large part due to the fact that he got his head exploded. Watched women get the right to go to the workplace, to have no-fault divorce, the right to abortion, which unfortunately, is now a state-by-state issue, but still. He watched gay marriage become a thing, after watching homosexuality in general become more and more, like, socially okay after the Stonewall riots. He watched all of that happen. He watched gay marriage became a thing. He watched trans people come out of the closet and become a national talking point. This man watched his entire worldview be destroyed. That is his entire life. Every bigoted, backward bullshit thing he believed, he lost. Nothing he did mattered. His worldview is fucking losing, and it'll always lose. Don't get me wrong, these people still harm a lot of people. They get people killed. They really do. But by and large, they are unsuccessful in the long run. They sometimes win battles, they haven't won one war. If we're doing this whole culture war bullshit, they're bad at it. They've lost every single fucking time. Being a reactionary, being a conservative, is a losing battle by definition. Because what's conservative, or rather what's progressive today, is going to be conservative tomorrow. And what's conservative today is going to be embarrassing history in the future. Things are always changing. So if you pin your entire identity to this shit, being an old Tales from the Crypt looking motherfucker, telling people to beat their wives, not only are you going to be seen as a fucking monster, everything you believe in is going to crumble. So don't do that. Just think about John Doyle or Nick Fuentes. If they live this long, this is where they're going. Don't get me wrong, they use religion less, though not none, but they're effectively the same thing. They're reactionaries that are trying to convince people not to become more accepting and loving of other people. That's effectively what Pat Robertson's message ended up being. And someday, who knows how long from now, there'll be another streamer. Probably not in this format. There'll be something that I can't even imagine. Maybe streaming in some sort of 3D fake space with your ugly Apple 3D glasses or whatever. Whoever that person is, congrats. They're doing a John Doyle died stream or something. So that's what the future looks like for those people. Very fun. H-Bird says, my sister was born 2 years before the last country to do so abolished slavery. It was Mauritania in 1981. There are probably people watching this who are also alive. Time is weird. Skiffazoa says, great rant, had me laugh. Also, thanks for recommending Moral Oral. I plan to inflict it on my friends. Moral Oral's great, and it's a great time to watch Moral Oral. If you have any sort of religious trauma, trigger warning for that. There are also themes of sexual abuse. There's some dark stuff in Moral Oral, but it's a really good show about satirizing religious abuse and religious repression and how it's destructive not only to individuals but society as a whole. So watch Moral Oral. It's going to start off pretty silly, but as the show goes on, it gets more serious. So check it out.
Dungeons and Dragons.
They were robbed for not getting the extra seasons they wanted. They had to end it really quick. The end, don't get me wrong, season 3 of Moral Oral is still great. But you can tell at the end it was a little rushed. There was supposed to be a couple more seasons, but they got cut short. It's a shame, but I still like the show a lot. And also, soundtrack is the Mountain Goats in the 3rd season, and the Mountain Goats are my favorite band. So.
That people got into role playing. The next thing you know, they were in a fantasy world that really captured them. So it is demonic. Demons are out to destroy you.
Demons aren't real!
And whilst Pat may not be as eloquent as he once was, let's look back at a time during Pat's prime, when the delusion flowed freely through a more charismatic version in 1980.
Oh, does anyone here watch Bob's Burgers, real quick? Does anyone here watch Bob's Burgers? This is also a Moral Oral thing. You guys know Jimmy Pesto? The voice actor for Jimmy Pesto, who is also the same voice actor for Coach Stopframe, was arrested for being involved in January 6th. So, anyway, I think on Bob's Burgers, they should just literally have that happen to Jimmy Pesto and have him arrested for being involved in January 6th. I think that would be fucking hilarious. Just do it. Just do it.
89.
Well, thank you and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the 700 Club.
Sorry, Forrest Espion. Forrest Espion said, Hannah, going back to when you worried about being forgotten, don't worry, I'll remember you anytime I come across strange lost VHS tapes for kids. That's not going to be much longer. Also, I remember you when I buy cheese. I will say, Orbs of Hannah, bless this cheese. LOL. Then I'll offer it up to your spirit, because I'm lactose intolerant. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Nearly moment by moment, young people are bombarded by distorted visual images.
Sorry, Ashy Boo. Ashy Boo said, have bits to symbolically piss on Pat Robertson's grave.
And twisted music messages that are saturating their minds and, yes, sabotaging their futures. Just ahead.
Don't forget Sam Cedar was also on Bob's Burgers. Oh my god, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
Special presentation for you, Satan's Targets.
Now, this presentation focuses on children's TV programs, punk and heavy metal music, as well as Dungeons and Dragons. One of the supposed experts that Pat uses in this presentation is a man called Winky Pratney.
Winky! His first name is Winky. Don't trust someone named Winky. Not even Tinky. Anti-Pretzel says, if he knew anything about D&D, people usually try to fight the demons and the devils, sometimes also the angels because they're weird. Most of the time it's a bunch of dorks trying to get away from the BS reality for a few hours. Yeah, it's very interesting. People like this are often about surface-level aesthetics, so think of something like Doom, right? Doom isn't pro-Satan. Doom is anti-Satan. Doom is kill a bunch of demons. Like, isn't that super biblical and rad? You'd think. But no, it's bad because demons are in it, even though the premise of the game is you're the good guy killing the demons. I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Let's see what he has to say about everything.
Young people's imaginations have become the battlefield. Whatever.
Oh no. Hair rock. The horror.
Gets their imagination, gets their worship.
Twisted Sister.
Whatever gets their worship gets their heart.
Reminder that apparently some right-wing people thought that we're not going to take it anymore was about right-wing people being sick of left-wing people's things. Media literacy and right-wing ideology do not often go well together.
The media bombards kids today with methods.
Yeah, a right-wing person tweeted at Dee Snider, who's the lead singer of Twisted Sister, if you don't know, and it was like, oh, I'm so sad to hear that, like, Dee Snider supported such and such thing. I don't know if it was Hillary Clinton or, like, trans rights or gay rights or just, like, generally not liking Trump. Whatever it was, they were like, I can't believe Dee Snider's, you know, anthem to against, like, woke whatever is being used for... And Dee Snider was like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a blatantly anti-authoritarian song. Have they not seen the music video? Anyway. Bow to death. Thanks for following.
Many with satanic overtones. Satan's not stupid. He understands that kids today are visual, and so he's making a play for...
What was this? I gotta look this guy up.
He understands that kids today...
Winky Pratney. What a weird guy. Winky Pratney. Oh god, is he still alive? Stone Corbell says, I saw a bunch of people tweeting stuff like, I guess we are gonna take it. Like, if you're a conservative, whose side do you think you're on? They think that because people call them bigots, that makes them some sort of, like, underground punk rebel group, not understanding that hate and Nazism and bigotry are never punk. It's the opposite of punk. Nazi punks fuck off. Knock it off. What are you doing? Punk isn't only about, like, subverting authority and spitting in the face of authority. It's about spitting in the face of unjust authority that hurts people and, like, is bullshit. Like, general things like wearing masks to keep people safe and stuff, like, that's fine. It's not anti-punk. Anyway. H-Beard says, conservatives feel oppressed by reality, so they think trying to bully reality to conforming to their whims is anti-authoritarian, weirdly enough. You're not wrong. I think a lot of conservatives conflate the fact that they are unpopular with being, like, underground, like is being said in chat. I think that's a good way to put it. They think they're, like, underground and edgy and fighting authority, when in reality, like, you're just assholes. There's a difference. Lily Love Stuff says, Nazi Punks Fuck Off was my most played song on Spotify last year. I think Union Dixie was pretty high up for me. Cassafel says, all satanic panic stuff.
The irony. Bobby, take that off. You can't wear a t-shirt with that word on it.
Such vulgarity.
Which word?
Wait, which word, Hank? Satan or sucks?
Well, either.
Why not, Dad? Satan does suck.
I know, but...
He's right, Hank. What does your shirt say? Satan rules?
That's a good episode of King of the Hill, too. Oh my god, this is the worst website I've seen in a long time. Look at this. It's literally like they just, like, took a Word document and filled it with stuff and then, like, took it and put it on the website. Like, it's not, like, formatted like a text box. These are literally images. Like, this is text on the website. But a lot of this information is literally just, like, screenshots of text documents? Alright. This is the guy who's in the video we're watching. Winky! I wonder how he feels about D&D these days. Does he have a YouTube channel? Let's take a look. Someone asked earlier, too, if that was Finster in my recommended. Yes, I see Finster clips sometimes. Oh, he's got old sermons up.
There is a child evangelism. There's radio evangelism and television evangelism. There is musical evangelism.
Musical evangelism. Moira Soma says, Tim Pool was shocked and appalled that Rage Against the Machine is left-winged. He was sure they were conservative, and that was the machine was sort of the deep state or something. Media literacy is one thing, but Tim can't have listened to an actual single Rage Against the Machine lyric. Didn't Tim Pool drop out of middle school? Hold on. Tim Pool drop out. It was the first year of high school, sorry. Tim Pool dropped out of high school at 14 and does not have a high school diploma or GED. He certainly acts like someone who dropped out of school at 14. I would agree.
And so he's making a play for excitement, for total involvement of the senses.
You may have noticed that he was the author of a book called Devil Takes the Youngest. This was originally published in 1985 and has the following to say on Dungeons & Dragons specifically. Played by around 4 million people in the nation, many of them children and teenagers. D&D and other related modules that involve supernatural warfare is a classic example of marketed occultism. Its dangerous power consists precisely in the fact that it demands immersion in highly detailed and complex role-playing, made as...
Rageology says, if this guy is still alive, then I'm sure he's forgotten all about D&D and is now mostly talking about trans kids' genitals. Definitely true.
authentic as possible.
What BS reason did he give? I actually don't know. Probably nowadays he says something woke indoctrination. I don't know. The reality is probably simpler. He's probably a dumbass who did very bad in school and didn't want to do anything about it, so he dropped out.
By often using the characteristics of actual demonic deities of past cultures as models.
But your arm is probably big enough to shield me from the rain. Thank you.
I don't know for sure, but I feel like Winky has not played Dungeons & Dragons prior to writing this, and if he had played...
In fairness, Dungeons & Dragons 5e is very different than AD&D, but yeah, it's not demonic.
It was like...
It's a bunch of nerds hanging out and like drinking too much soda and eating chips and having fun. It's fine.
With a large amount of bias, taking huge amounts of context away from the game. Anything can be made to be evil if you try hard enough, and believe me, the 700 Club tries really hard to make a lot of things sound evil. Some of those children's shows I was talking about earlier included the Thundercats, Scooby-Doo, and He-Man.
Thundercats!
Strange that most religious and non-religious people see most of these things as harmless fun.
Only one time has anyone ever... I used to own a lot of t-shirts when I was in boy mode that were just like, you know, branded of certain things. I still have some, but, you know, not as many. I tend to get more clothing that, you know, makes me feel, you know, feminine. Not that you can't be feminine in t-shirts, I just don't own a lot of cuts that are cut, like, you know, for like a lady torso. Anyway... The only time anyone ever came up to me and was like, oh, that thing on your t-shirt, I like that thing too, was when I wore a Thundercats shirt. Which is weird. Nothing wrong with Thundercats. Thundercats is cool. It's just what a weird thing that one random person was like, I'm going to approach this person. I also like Thundercats.
But a group of fundamentalists rallied by shows like the 700 Club seem desperate to scapegoat real-life issues on fictional things.
You don't say... It's almost like a lot of their ideology is the actual reason behind so many real-world issues that they have to find some other reason to explain them away so people don't start thinking about the fact that these sort of backwards, regressive beliefs are the cause of many of society's ills. Good Spider-Man news. Oh god, what is it? Oh, October 20th. Okay. Cool. Exciting. I love the first Spider-Man game and the Miles Morales one. Really fun games to just waste a lot of time in, leveling up and swinging around. Oh wait, there's more? Sorry. Okay. Ooh! What are these costumes? Hold on. color variants. Interesting. I like how these look. I'm not a big fan of pre-order bonuses, but I'm getting this game anyway, so I'll probably get it. Oh my god, they have fucking capes. I'm down. Ooh. Some of these other suits are kind of generic. Stone monkey suit. They need to add Spider-Man 1602 as a costume. I think that'd be a good one. I like Spider-Man 1602. Cool. Exciting. Where were we? There it is.
One thing that...
H. Baird says, who's excited for the new Michael Keaton Batman movie? I mean, The Flash. Yes, everyone is going to see The Flash. What was I thinking? Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come out on streaming. I don't want to directly give Ezra Miller money. I didn't even go see the Guardians of the Galaxy 3 in theaters. You think I'm going to see The fucking Flash? I'm good.
Pat Robertson and...
I'm still trying to figure out, when does the DC reboot start? What's the first movie in the reboot? Like, when does James Gunn's thing kick in? Is it going to be the Superman movie?
His 700 Club managed to do superbly well during the satanic panic of D&D was to ignore any science or facts around the matter. What?
Do I mean this presidential announcement? Let's take a look.
Included a bio and itinerary, as well as a styrofoam.
Oh, that's actually not too bad. We can listen to this. This is him when he announced he wanted to run for president. What was this, 1988? 88. Superman Legacy 2025. I have high hopes for that. James Gunn can be pretty silly, but he's like a solid writer, and I think he understands character really well. And fundamentally, a big problem with a lot of the Superman movies, pretty much all of the Superman movies post Superman, I'll say post Superman Returns had a little bit of it, but let's say post the Reeves Superman, a lot of versions of Superman have had a problem theatrically where they're like, don't understand that it's mainly a character piece and it needs to be about Clark Kent and not just Superman. I think those original 2 Richard Donner movies, there's a reason they're so successful and other ones haven't been. A lot of the focus is on Clark Kent and his relationship with Lois and just being Superman. I don't know. Those are good movies. Superman isn't boring, you just haven't read good Superman. Rageology says, I love a practical prop replica, so I have a 7th Doctor umbrella. Carried it every rainy day for 7 months with no comment on it, and then I go to on one rainy queer meetup and it got spotted before I even entered the cafe. Nice. This is just the intro. Why can't I hear? Oh, is it mono? No? Is it just muted? What the hell? Why can't I hear any of it? What the heck is going on? Is this just there's no audio with this? I'm so confused. Why is there no audio? Bizarre. Oh, this got set to 0. That'll do it. Whew, that's a little loud. Apologies.
Included a bio and itinerary, as well as a styrofoam toy plane.
You're excited for the Spider-Man game? You're excited for this? Oh, with the, oh god, what's the name of the character? Something Yojimbo, Yasagi Yojimbo or whatever. I know I butchered that. Is gonna be DLC for the Turtles game. I don't like side-scroll beat-em-ups. Like I've never liked Dragon or Double Dragon or any game like that, the TMNT ones, but it looks good for one of those games. It's just not my thing.
Called Robertson.
Oh yeah, Superman 1978's a great Superman movie. It's the best Superman movie ever made.
88. The announcement speech took place in the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York, and was attended by some demonstrators chanting anti-Robertson slogans. Robertson was introduced by former Los Angeles Ram football player Rosie Greer.
Woman, ladies and gentlemen, Pat and Dee Dee Robertson. Pat and Dee Dee Robertson.
Why are we coming out to the Rocky opening title theme? That's the opening to Rocky. And Rocky 2. Yep, that's Rocky. This song is entitled Gotta Fly Now, and it's pretty good. Audience is booing. Good. Look at the guy over there. Why did he choose this place to do it? It seems like there's not a lot of friendly people around. Trying to cash in on popular media. Conservatives always have to do that, because conservatives generally are not good at making creative things themselves, so they have to either steal or copy from creative people. Being reactionary is kind of anathema to any sort of creative endeavor.
Thank you very much.
God damn, he was old in 1988. You can tell the audience directly in front of the stage are all white people. Only the people off to the sides that seem to happen to be there are not white. It seems like everyone who actually came specifically for this looks like they're white. Just pointing it out.
Thank you very much.
This would have scared Robertson. The Will of the People. What is this from? Let's take a look. In Arkadelphia, Arkansas, he shuffles his feet, breathless, stale, used gymnasium air pulls the lever. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, she wonders how the faculty party will go. If she'll sneak off with the teaching assistant for some real fun. She smiles and she pulls the lever. From coast to coast, border to border, they wonder why some scratching their heads, some rubbing their migraine-strapped foreheads, and they all pull the lever. And they all make Philip Nolan Voigt the President of the United States. God help them. Is he supposed to be a Pat Robertson type? Is my guess? Don't know, though. Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here in front of a house that I lived in with my wife, Dee Dee, 28 years ago.
Wow, they seem to hate you now.
We lived in the third story of that house right behind us. I don't think these folks over here...
P.S. This is why Trump had his campaign announcement the first time indoors with hired actors, so he didn't get a bunch of people booing at him.
Here live in this block, from what I understand, that this is the neighborhood we lived in. I don't think it's their neighborhood. And I'm here today because I have a commitment to the cities of the United States of America and to the poor of this nation. I believe...
Clearly clearly God didn't want Pat Robertson to be president, so that should tell us something.
Firmly that every person in the United States of America has
Nice, Cassifel.
A right to education, has a right to dignity, has a right to freedom, and has a right to a job. And I particularly believe that every person in America has a right to be heard when they speak. And I have come to this neighborhood to express my commitment to the fundamental values that I've
What are they? I can't hear what they're shouting. No more what? I didn't hear it.
For the last third of a century. We came here with 3 children because we care about people. And I've come back to let it be known that I care very much about the people in the inner city.
As Cassifel pointed out, road to the white. The Daily Show covered his hate. I probably don't want to watch this because I'm sure it'll be copyrighted.
Celebrate Pat.
Fuck it. Fine, I'll take it out later.
Robertson's retirement after 60 years in broadcasting with, now that's what I call yikes. You'll get classics like homophobia.
You've got a couple of same-sex guys kissing. Well, that makes me want to throw up. And their weird way of doing sex.
Racism.
Like in the 30s, the blacks were self-sustaining. They were in business. And what happened? What is this mac and cheese?
Pat Robertson, you were born in 1930. At oldest, you were 10. You had no idea what life was like for black people in the 1930s, much less now, you old dead fuck. Why is it always, like, white people with the least world experience that think they can talk down to, like, black people about, like, the situation of race in America? Fuck off.
Black thing.
Like, I certainly have a more nuanced view of it than, like, Pat Robertson, but, like, even I'm, like, this isn't my place to necessarily talk about in depth because it's not my lived experience, you know? I'm a white person, so I'm not gonna try and speak on, like, the black American experience because I don't have it, you know? That's a place to platform other people, you know, black people to be able to talk about, like, their experience. But Pat Robertson's out here just being like, no, I'm gonna white splain racial issues to black people in America. Good lord. Ashy Boo says, we can all rest soundly knowing Pat Robertson never had fun sex once in his life. Probably not with his wife. Rageology says, off topic, but given your interest in TV industry history, you might be interested in this book if you're not already heard of it. Take a look. Oh, I've read this. It's great. That book is excellent. I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McCurdy. Highly recommend. It's a book about her trauma. It's about her dealing with her abusive and controlling mother. It's about her dealing with an eating disorder brought about because her mother basically made her and groomed her to develop an eating disorder. She developed OCD. All sorts of stuff. Trump leaked his indictment? Are you fucking kidding me? God fucking damn it. Does someone have a link? Actually, I can go to Truth Social. I'm sure he posted it to his godforsaken fucking site. Oh my god. The thing is, that was supposed to be a sealed indictment. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be sealed. Is he not gonna get in trouble for talking about this? Because there are other grand juries meeting, I believe in Florida and Georgia respectively, for different potential crimes, and they were keeping this sealed. My understanding was if this happened, it was going to be kept under seal in order to try and limit the amount of bias for those other grand juries, but he himself is releasing it. Dumb motherfucker. This is good. This is interesting. I just thought this election season was going to be like a shit show where DeSantis and Trump were going to be like fighting with each other and Trump would get some fines for the previous indictment for financial related crimes. But this is actually probably a big deal. If Trump is like this fucked and actually like things are happening with him, and DeSantis seems like everything's gone bad for him recently. His own poll numbers in Florida have tanked, and he wasn't that popular outside of Florida anyway. So who's gonna turn out to be the front runner? Is it still gonna be Trump? Maybe. I would not put it above Republicans to literally vote for Trump. Just watch. Okay, prediction. Hold on. I need to get my crystal ball. Ah! It would help if I did that. The orbs speak to me. I see in the future an orange man with a terrible hairdo running for president. One of his main running promises is to pardon all January 6th defendants, and also pardon himself. That's what I'm predicting. At some point, Donald Trump is literally going to say, elect me president so I can pardon myself, which is his primary goal, and all the January 6th people as a thing for the base. At this point, is this election going to be basically a referendum on whether or not Donald Trump should go to prison? It's not even Biden versus Trump. It's does Trump go to prison or not go to prison? Please vote. God fucking damn it. This is great. Roseanne Barr and Kanye West 2024. It's one of the least toxic tickets in the Republican Party. Okay, let's read this. Wait, is there an earlier tweet about this? No, that might have been the first one. Okay. Oh, of course Donald Trump said things about Pat Robertson. I'm just trying to find where he first mentioned it. No one has told me I'm being indicted and I shouldn't be because I've done nothing wrong. But wait, what about this other thing? It says something about page 1. This says page 2, though. Where's page 1? Shocking. One of the... Where's the page 1 tweet? Sorry, I'm looking for it. Apologies. There are other ones up here. Maybe I gotta go up. Page 1. The corrupt Biden administration has informed my attorneys that I have been indicted, seemingly over the boxes hoax. They found the boxes, Donald. They had enough evidence that, like, you did at least enough to indict you, and then you're gonna get a trial. And if you can prove you're innocent, then do that. That's great. Pay some lawyers. Unfortunately, paying people for their jobs is not a thing he's very good at. Anyway, the corrupt Biden administration has informed my attorneys that I've been indicted seemingly over the boxes hoax, even though Joe Biden has blah, 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 blah. He's fucking deflecting. You get it. I've been summoned to appear at federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday at 3 p.m. I never thought it possible that such a thing could happen to a former president of the United States. This is the second time you're being indicted in the last year. What do you mean you couldn't imagine it? It just happened. I never imagined as former president that I would be indicted twice. I have the same number of indictments as I have impeachments, people. I'm the best. I'm the greatest president of all time. I have the most indictments, the most impeachments, the most stolen documents of any president of all time. I am winning bigly. Marcus Drake says the box hoaxes him when people say a good partner should eat the box. Oh. Let's see. I never thought it possible that such a thing could happen to a former president of the United States who received far more votes than any sitting president in history of our country. It's irrelevant! We have rule of law, motherfucker. If you broke the law, you broke the law. It's irrelevant. And is currently leading, by far, all candidates, both Democrat and Republican, in polls of the 2024 presidential election. I am an innocent man! My Trump sounds Bernie-esque. I have bad impressions. This is indeed a dark day for the United States of America. We are a country in serious and rapid decline, but together we will make America great again. What a fucking loser. No matter what, it is nice to me that it seems like he's going to be spending the rest of his life, regardless, fighting legal shit. No matter what happens. It just seems like it's going to be one fucking lawsuit and indictment after another for the rest of his short fucking life. He's in his 80s. I can't imagine he has the most time left considering his diet. And this is just the rest of his fucking life. I don't even want to imagine how deranged his rallies are going to start getting now that he's been indicted federally, allegedly.
I don't think we condone wife beating.
He's 76 now.
these days.
I rounded up. I apologize.
But something's got to be done.
Islamophobia.
In the Quran, it's appropriate and permissible to have sex with little babies.
I don't believe it is.
Transphobia.
Transgenders. This is nonsense. It's just a...
Expect him to try and spark a civil war? Yeah, I would agree. He's going to do more stochastic terrorism.
fraud.
Do I think he'll see the inside of a jail cell? That's tough. Everything in me wants to say no, but I really didn't think he was going to be federally indicted either. I don't know.
We don't want men going...
Rachology says, just imagine the craziness that would happen if Trump died just before the election.
going into women's bathrooms.
Order now and you'll also receive Blaming Haitians.
The last thing I want is him becoming some kind of weird conspiracy martyr. I know what's going to happen regardless. I understand. But I just please go to jail. Just please go to jail.
For their devastating earthquake.
They got together and swore a pact to the devil.
And the unforgettable Let Drug Addicts Die.
Well, I'm starting to...
Order now.
Oh, Redmond Barry, you're in chat. Hold on, let me see. Did you answer me? You might have. You might not have. I know I messaged you yesterday, but let me see if you got back to me. One sec. Oh, you did get back to me. Yay! Thanks, Redmond Barry. I appreciate it. Unless something crazy happens with the Trump indictment, that's probably what we're going to do tomorrow, then. A Tales from the Crypto stream. Oh, Pat Robertson's a big piece of garbage.
I care about the people in Appalachia. I care about the people in the farm. I have a vision of the future that includes the opportunity we've known.
Gee, I can't imagine why Pat Robertson lost. I Hate Twitch Times 2 says apparently something both Republicans and Democrats are working on is reining in militias. I wonder if this indictment triggers a rush for federal legislation. I hope so. I really, really do. I feel like that's a problem that, like, is underlying a lot of American society in, like, rural areas. That's a bigger problem than people might realize if you're not, like, familiar with, like, people in rural areas. Like, those people fucking like militias. A lot of them are crazy and turn what could just be, like, a fun gun club into a creepy, LARPing terrorist training ground. It's bizarre. Bumble Homestead says, was a big piece of garbage. True. H-Bird says, I think a lot of people are having this thought. Oh, hold on.
I'm glad you did.
If I was DC, I would have gone to Jack Nicholson's courtside Lakers seats. And I would have said, Jack Nicholson, we're making The Flash movie. Michael Keaton is coming back. We will give you... How many millions of dollars is it going to take for you to show up for 10 minutes in this movie as the Joker? Because this is probably the last chance we have to see him as the Joker ever again. I understand that some people don't like him as Joker because he's, like, different. He's a great, like, gangster Joker. There are different kinds of Jokers. The Joker is different in the comics, you know? I like him as sort of gangster Joker. I don't think he's bad. Gang boss Joker. I like Heath Ledger's Joker for other reasons. He's got the chaos thing, and I like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker for completely different reasons of that. He has the whole, like, creepy social isolation, just genuinely deranged thing. I'm familiar with the Three Jokers comic. I didn't like it that much. I don't like that as an explanation. I prefer the explanation from... It was a comic that takes place in Arkham Asylum. I don't remember which comic it was. It was the one that has the really creepy art style. A serious house in a serious whatever it is. A serious house on serious earth. I believe that had implications that the Joker's personality differs so much just because he is so deranged that some days he'll be more like the Jack Nicholson Joker, sometimes he'll be more like the Cesar Romero Joker, sometimes he'll be more like, you know, New 52 Joker. It's all the same character, he's just so deranged he is constantly changing, you know? I'm fine with that as an explanation. I don't like the idea that there are literally 3 different Jokers. I think that's dumb, and it makes Batman look like an idiot. Batman, the world's greatest detective, didn't notice that he was fighting 3 separate people for, like, a decade. They're just all in clown makeup, so he never noticed they were different people. The God chair had to tell him he was wrong. What about Jared Leto? I don't like Jared Leto's Joker. I don't think it's good. I think it's bad. I think it's cringe. I'm not gonna do a whole, like, freak out about it, like, oh my god, it's so it's just... It's like that whole Suicide Squad movie. I'm just ignoring it. It's not even worth bitching about, honestly. Anyway. Wasn't there a universe where Joker was a hero? Yes. Yes, there is. It's like an Elsewhere story.
This first one is from Jonathan Pat, who says, I got involved with hookers the day I turned 18.
Oh boy. I don't remember when the Joker broke the 4th wall.
Because my mother sexually assaulted me when I was younger. My father was not at fault for this because he was at work providing for his family during the abuse. Should I call the police and have my mother...
I can't listen to this one, I'm sorry. Too close to home. Nope.
Okay, this is weird. As far back as I can remember, every time I heard one particular song, someone dies. I'm not kidding. I've been told that it was all in my head, but it's for real. Do you have any idea why this happens to me?
Oh, this is legit a person with mental illness. Pat Robertson's gonna give the worst advice ever.
There's some people that have what's called precognition.
Oh my god, he believes in psychics. Holy fucking shit.
I think, you know, when you...
I once saw a man bend a spoon on Johnny Carson.
You get right into it. I don't want to get too...
Actually, Uri Geller never did bend the spoon, did he? That's good.
Spooky about this, but what is time?
What is time? Is this cosmos? Is this nebula? I feel like we're not going to get a good answer from Pat Robertson.
Where does time come from? Before there was a creation, there was no time. Before there was matter, there was no time.
Brett Spiner would probably play a pretty good Joker. Brett Spiner is actually a really good voice actor and good at impressions. Kind of surprised Brett Spiner doesn't do more voice work.
Time is a continuum, and there's some people that think there's a skin over all the...
Carson was a real psychic. I saw him. He had the thing, and he Karnak.
Universe and
how did he know what was in the envelope? It's impossible.
Everything is there, all laid out. But what's time? So you say, well, I had a feeling about something. Well, it could have happened in time, and there is no time. In God's sight, there's no time. And so if he lets you enter into his feeling, there's no time. So things happen, and you say, well, you know, A went first, and B went second, and C went third, and D went fourth. Doesn't happen that way in eternity. So you ponder on that. Let's get to the next question.
That was fucking vacuous. It meant nothing. Rageology says, talking about actors, you mentioned your love for Alan Cumming. Here, have him doing the song and dance intro to the 1990s commercial air service-based sitcom that no one remembers. Ooh. Okay.
Fly Air Scotia, experience a world of crimpling slacks and tartan ties.
Morning, Uruha. Morning, Chekhov. Morning, Captain Duff. Scotty tells me there are some Klingons approaching us.
With in-flight entertainment guaranteed.
Can I be blunt? If I can be filthy, and I can be Burgess. Oh, dearie me.
Shut up! The High Life, Friday 6th of January on BBC Two.
The High Life. Thursday evening on...
GamerG says Pat Robertson in this clip be like,
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk.
Have at you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen him in Cabaret, but he's wonderful, and I love this man.
And I'm the only man. Yeah. I like it. They like it. Just two for one. And he's the only man. Yeah. He likes it. Just two for one. I do the cooking and I make the bed. I go out daily to earn a daily bread, but with one thing in common, she and me. The key.
It's a song about them being in a polycule. If you don't like musicals, that I get why you didn't like that, but I think it's fun. Anyway.
I spent the better part of a week in prayer and just saying, God, show me something, and I'll...
Ooh, thanks, Lady Ann. I'll check them out. Where are the audio adventures? Are those on Spotify? Tea with Goblin says, gender goals, whatever the fuck Alan Cumming has got going on in this number. Procagom says, Cabaret is one of those musicals where the first half is so fun you fall in love with the character so fast that the drop near the second half always feels like a gut punch.
Well, share with you. Some things I'll share with you. I think he showed me about the next president, but I'm not supposed to talk about that, so I'll leave.
Wait, God told you about the president, but you're not going to talk about it on TV? That's convenient for you. That you don't get to have your claims falsifiable by providing your actual claim before the results? Wow. Guys, I have a prediction. I know the lottery numbers for the next draw, but I'm just not going to share them with you because God told me not to. Trust me. I def know, though. I definitely know. This was, God, 11 years ago? When was 11 years ago? A little before 2012, I'm guessing?
Probably just as well.
Probably just as well, but I think I know who it's going to be.
Oh, this is before the 2012 election, so this was 2012, earlier in the year.
All right. I'm going to read just what I wrote down, and I'm as if I'm hearing from the Lord these words. Your country will be torn apart by internal stress. A house divided cannot stand.
Wow. God quoting Lincoln. How's that feel when God quotes you? Was Lincoln like, I'm so flattered, or was Lincoln like, he's fucking plagiarizing me?
Your president holds a radical view of the direction of your country, which is at odds with the majority.
Wow. Y'all haven't won the presidency popular vote since 2004, and that was a big boost due to 9/11 and the Iraq War. Wow, you really still think you're the majority, huh? It's only gotten worse since 2012 for you demographically.
Chaos and paralysis.
Rachology says, that will teach me for sending a vid without checking it first. Can only find a video of the intro with Cumming commenting on it.
Welcome to Couch Surfing, the show where accomplished guests look back at their big roles, their little roles, and every role in between. Thanks for...
You accidentally do a Hitler salute!
Everyone else went like that, and I went like that. And I didn't mean to.
What? Oh.
President holds a view which is at the odds with the majority. It's a radical view of the future of the country, and so that's why we're having this division. This is a spiritual battle which can only be won by overwhelming prayer. The future of the world is at stake because if America falls, there's no longer a strong champion of freedom.
A strong champion of freedom to invade other countries for America's interests.
Champion of the oppressed of the world.
Come on, man!
Must be
you were alive for Vietnam.
An urgent call to prayer. Okay. And then the Lord said, a time of maximum stress and peril, greater than at any time since the CBN ministry began. This country will begin disintegrating. Now, I thought...
That's how God measures time, before the Christian Broadcasting Network and after?
When did we start this place? I started CBN in I think 1960. We had, you think of all the things that went on. You have the assassination of President, the assassination of Martin Luther King. You've got a war in Vietnam. You've got all these things. He said it's a worse stress than before. So I'm saying God.
Mezzy Star, thanks for 22 months, says, woohoo, bye, Pat.
Let me give you some suggestions, and you tell me if any of them is right. You know, pick one. So I said, is it an EMP blast? No, that isn't it.
Why is God playing hot or cold with this? What? God's like, Pat Robertson's like, oh God, what's gonna happen to the country? And God's like, guess.
Is it a cosmic...
I don't know if he was friends with Kenneth Copeland.
Cosmic or solar radiation blast? No. Is it the Mayan galaxy?
God's kind of a brat.
No, it's not that.
Which will shock many.
Is it Iranian or North Korean nuclear threat? No. Is it an earthquake or a volcano? No. Is it a massive power failure? No. What is it? It's an economic collapse. And God said, and I quote, this is not my judgment. They are bringing it upon themselves.
God damn.
Isn't it appalling that the United States of America...
H. Baird says, if you could speak anything you want into existence, you'd probably be pretty spoiled, too. Yeah.
America would try to enforce...
That's the thing with, like, the purple... Like, that's what scares me about the Purple Man from Jessica Jones, or if you're talking about the comics from Alias. Fucking scary. His motivations make complete sense. Like, he's an evil, fucked up, disgusting, murdering, sexual assaulting piece of shit. But you can totally understand why he's like that, because literally no one could tell him no his entire life. He never learned working with others or boundaries because he literally didn't have to. It's just a skill he never had to do. We all have to learn how to work with others and consent and, like, you know, being not full of yourself to the point of putting your needs above everyone else's all the time. But he never had to do that. Horrifying. If you don't know the Purple Man from Jessica Jones, his power is anything he tells you to do, you have to do it. Like, you can't say no to him. If he asks for something or tells you to do something, you are forced to do it.
Force?
In this way, he has hurt a lot of people. In particular, Jessica Jones, who was traumatized because he basically kidnapped her and used her, let's say. Yes, he's Kilgrave. In the comics, he's known as the Purple Man. They never actually say the Purple Man in the show Jessica Jones, because it seems like it's embarrassed to be a comic book thing a little bit. But yeah. No, they never had the Purple Man run for president.
Acceptance of homosexuality on other nations, but at the same time...
David Tennant was great in that. It's... Some of my favorite David Tennant stuff is The Doctor, Azrael from Good Omens, and Purple Man. He's also pretty good as Scrooge McDuck. He's a good Scrooge McDuck. If you haven't seen the DuckTales reboot, it's pretty good.
We would not force them to take care of their religious minorities, and they would permit discrimination and persecution.
Crowley, I'm sorry. That's the other person.
Of Christians. What kind of a country have we got? And you know, there is a God in heaven.
Can you demonstrate that, Pat?
And he
You're dead now, so.
is just. Thomas Jefferson said, I tremble when I remember that God is just.
I don't really care what Thomas Jefferson said. I've been on Thomas Jefferson's fucking... Oh, wait, no. I was at George Washington's property. I didn't see Monticello. I apologize. I saw George Washington's slaves' houses, not Thomas Jefferson's. Thomas Jefferson's still a big piece of shit. So I don't really care what he thought on basically anything.
He is just. He's not going to allow this kind of thing to go on forever. This country cannot continue to violate God's principles and to
How many homosexuals do you think Pat Robertson sees when he goes into a Wendy's? None now. Silly, there are no Wendy's in hell. It's all Arby's.
make a mockery of his laws and think we're going to get away with it. And when the blow comes, it's going to be horrible.
What an asshole. I didn't see the Season 2 trailer. I don't want to watch it right now, though. I gotta refresh myself on Season 1. Advice for possessed houses? What if it's not possessed? What if it's a poltergeist?
Margaret says 2 years ago, a born-again single lady I know bought a 60-year-old house. Earlier this year, she was woken up by her...
What if my daughter falls through the wall behind her bed into the 5th dimension?
Bed shaking. It happened again then after asking neighbors if something bad happened in the house.
The Twilight Zone reference.
You learned there have been 2 separate suicides in the garage and maybe a third in the house. A few other things have happened in the house, like cabinet doors being open that had been shut and waking up to an unintelligible electronic voice. What do you suggest she do?
Sell. One word, sell and get out.
Imagine being an adult and making large financial decisions on whether or not you think a ghost is in your house. Like, legit, think about that. You're an adult person who presumably pays bills and taxes and has a job and has responsibility and votes, and you're like, I'm gonna make a decision that's going to affect me profoundly and potentially cost tens of thousands of dollars because I think my house is haunted with a real-life ghost, like fucking Beetlejuice. H-Bird says, $5. She says she lives near a freight train line and never has before. Wasn't there a show on Sci-Fi about people de-ghosting houses? Yeah, I watched a couple episodes, like an episode of it. It's terrible. It's like paranormal... God, what is the show? Ghost Real Estate show. What is it called? Surreal Estate! Yeah, it's called Surreal Estate. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't think that premise is inherently unworkable. The idea that, like, oh, they're real estate agents that also deal with ghosts. They finish, like, the ghost's final works so they can sell the house. Kinda funny. Kind of cute. You could do something with that. But it was just so bad and generic. The characters were flat. The main character is definitely a guy trying to play the cool main character. Who's like, he's above everyone. He always knows what's going on. He's always cool, you know? But it doesn't come across like he's really that guy. He feels like an actor playing that guy. It's terrible.
You know, there are demon spirits. They are real. And I do think that in this case, that house is possessed. You could get a group of people in there to do a exorcism and get rid of them. But I think in your case, the lady's in her 60s, single lady, sell the thing. Let somebody else have the problem.
Get a nice new place.
Yeah, get a nice new one that didn't have somebody commit suicide in it.
Root fake, I've seen stuff about that. I think Ralph the Movie Maker did a video about that. What happened to Ralph the Movie Maker? Feels like he did a ton of relatively popular, semi-mini viral hit review videos with different reality shows and weird movies, and then he just disappeared. Did he get canceled or something? What the fuck happened to Ralph the Movie Maker? I know he joined that Sardonicast show with Adam and the guy from I Hate Everything. 50 Shades of Grey, Pat Robertson.
You're a sweet Christian girl.
You wanted to focus on making movies? All right.
Absolutely.
All right. Do you see anything in porn that attracts you at all?
That's an uncomfortable thing to ask some random person you work with.
All right. Do you see anything in porn that attracts you at all?
That's a pretty broad category. Can you get more specific? Like if you were on Pornhub, what's the category? Disclaimer, I understand Pornhub is shit. It's an example that a lot of people know. That's why I used it for the joke. Lennon Cat says, shouldn't God not allow ghosts to exist? Seems a pretty inefficient system for an all-powerful, all-knowing deity if he's losing track of souls left and right. Yeah, ghosts aren't, to my knowledge, compatible with Christian theology. So I don't know what he thinks going on there. Maybe he just thinks it's a demon? Thinks it's a demon, probably.
Oh.
But Christians who believe in ghosts, that is interesting to me. Because that's not biblical, at least as far as I know. If there are biblical passages that say anything about ghosts, fine, but I don't believe it does. At least not our conception of ghosts.
No, Pat. These questions that you ask me, I'm like, really?
I'm trying to get your attitude.
No, that is not an issue for me. Thank you very much.
Well, it's boring, really.
Well, for some people...
Look. All right, the thing that shocks me, we always thought this was a male thing.
Yeah, no, yeah.
H-Beard says, how much trans porn do you think Pat has perused? Statistically, probably a lot. It seems like a lot of these people get caught. Alex Jones, for instance, got caught looking at some pornography involving a transgender actress. This has happened before to these people. I don't get it. I don't understand what their issue is. Like, I'm not gonna lie, being fetishized is weird, and I'm not, like, a fan of it. But also, I'd rather you just be open with your, like, fetish, rather than instead lash out at me and other trans people because you're uncomfortable with your feelings. I assume it's coming from some place of insecurity where you're like, oh my god, does this make me gay? Am I gay for being attracted to this trans woman or whatever? And instead of, like, dealing with that and, like, I don't know, thinking about... Instead of thinking about your beliefs and understanding that maybe your grudge against homosexuality is wrong and your bigotry is wrong and maybe your entire idea of sexuality was wrong... They just go, no, these demon trans people are making me feel gay, therefore they must be evil. It's so gross. H-Bird says, how much... read that. Stone Corbell says, nah, the Bible just says not to attempt to speak with the dead. The Bible doesn't talk about wandering, disembodied human spirits. Thought so.
Yeah.
A boy thing, a guy thing.
Yeah.
But now, it looks like 30% of women are involved in pornography.
Wait,
30% of women are involved in pornography.
Pornography? Is that like a government run by porn? Pornocracy! Marcus Drake says, well, there's old school necromancy talking to the dead spirits in the Old Testament, so maybe they use stuff like that, like when Saul used a medium to talk to the ghost of Samuel. I'm aware that they use mediums, but they don't mention, like, ghosts, like hauntings. Like a place being haunted as opposed to using a witch or medium or something to speak to the dead. Rachology says, thinking trans people are demons, put on the horns. Will do. Whew! That fucked my bangs. Ignore the hat hair. There we go.
And as...
Hydrate. In pornocracy, there's a congress, a sexual congress. And H-Beard says, pornography, fill out form 80,085 in triplicate. You'll be aroused in 6 to 9 weeks.
Author, kind of a little housewifey type, who It doesn't look like some glamour queen or something out of,
But you know what, Pat? This summer, the big book was 50 Shades of... Was it 50 Shades of Grey?
That's when I'm getting ready.
Erotica's been popular with women for a very long time. Has Pat never heard of, like, bodice ripper novels? Like, what does he think those are? Has he never been to a bookstore and seen, like, their pulpy, trashy erotica section with books from, like, the 60s and 70s and shit? Lennon Cat says the Ewok witch conjures the soul of the dead from Sheol, the land of the dead. Yeah, the Christian idea of heaven and hell is a Christian concept. Hebrews believed in Sheol. Which is more similar to, like, the Greco-Roman concept of, like, a Hades, the land of the dead, as opposed to, like, a moral judgment type thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me let you talk. But it's true. 50 Shades of Grey.
Yes,
Everybody was reading the trilogy.
We have erotica from the 1600s. Oh, I'm very aware that, like, pornography predates... Basically, as long as human beings have been depicting things, pornography has existed. And erotica, I'm sure, has existed since we've been able to write things down, you know? Excuse me. I was simply talking about a period in time where, like, mass market paperbacks were a thing that he definitely should know about.
This one?
Like, I have a whole documentary that I've watched that I think was produced in conjunction with, like, the Canadian government. It was, like, part of some grant or something. What was it called? Forbidden Love? It's a pretty good documentary. Came out in 1992, and it's a documentary about the experience of being a woman attracted to women throughout the early to mid 20th century. And a lot of these women very explicitly talk about how sort of bodice ripper novels, the cover of the poster is actually based on the covers of these books, like exploitative lesbian love books. Let me see if I can find some. One sec. Pulpy 60s lesbian novel. I'll probably pull something up. There we go. Okay, make sure there's nothing in these images. Cool. So this kind of stuff has always been popular, but it was just underground and considered salacious. So there were books like Satan Was a Lesbian, Women's Barracks, The Price of Salt. So there were a lot of, like, books that involved themes that were not necessarily in line with society's views at the time. And this is just an example. There were books about... Oh, God. I've seen 60s novels like this about all sorts of taboo subjects. Not going to list them here. But the point is, the idea that Pat Robertson thinks this is a new thing is crazy to me and ignorant, and tells me that he's never understood how the world worked, even in the 60s when he was like 30 and has no reason to be this out of touch.
It's kind of like a housewife in some little town in England or wherever it is. 50 Shades of Grey is the fastest selling paper book of all time.
Suck it, God!
And the book's erotic content is limited.
My mother, the crack whore.
Somebody called it
That's in one of the sequels, I think. That's not in the first one.
Mommy porn.
I'm sorry, did you just... What? I'm sorry, what?
And the book's erotic content is limited. Somebody called it mommy porn. And while most people think of pornography as...
I'm so uncomfortable with that. Listen, you know why I'm uncomfortable with that? Because it treats adult women's sexuality as bizarre or a novelty or, like, isn't it weird that these women who maybe have kids are still interested in sex in a recreational way? Don't they know they should be mothers? As if adult women don't want to have sex and don't have sex drives. It's just nuts to me.
Something men struggle with.
It's not a struggle. You can come. It's fine.
Third of the millions of Americans who watch porn are
women.
Yes.
Who thought? I mean, that's I never would have thought. Yeah.
Wait, did she just say she didn't know gay men watched porn? most people watch porn. I'm not saying everyone. Of course, there are people who don't. But, like, I think most people at one time or another with varying frequency, whether it's, like, a couple times a week, a couple times a year, I don't know. Whatever you're doing is fine. It's your body. But what I'm saying is it's not uncommon and never has been. There has never been a time in human history where people didn't masturbate. Fucking non-human animals masturbate. It's just a common thing.
And they're getting addicted to it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Linda says,
you're doing a major research project on the history of the afterlife? Interesting.
The Bible tells us Jesus and his disciples cast out.
How do they think people become mothers in the first place? It usually involves sex. It involves exactly 10 seconds of missionary, as far as Robertson is concerned.
Demons.
It's fucking wild to me that so many people, like... I don't know how people like Pat Robertson function sexually. Unironically. How are they able... And I'm not just talking about religious people. I'm sure most religious people are completely fine with sex. Like, even someone who's, like, Christian and thinks you should only have sex within the confines of marriage, which I don't agree with, but if that's what they want to do, that's fine. I'm sure once they get married, they have tons of fun, and they're, like, completely fine with it because they feel that sex is, you know, part of a healthy marriage, and they feel that it's something that they can express together, even if they think it should only be for married couples, which isn't true. But either way. But people like Pat Robertson, I don't know. Like, his whole thing is so neurotic. It's filled with so many, like, I'm constantly worried that I'm going to disappoint God. I just don't understand how you, like, enjoy yourself. It's weird.
Are there still...
Like, do you think Pat Robertson has ever on purpose given his wife an orgasm? Has he ever
Demons in the world.
Has Pat Robertson, did he ever once actually touch his wife's genitals with his hands? Because he strikes me as the kind of dude that would be like, I'm ready for sex, and he just, like, gets on top of her and, like, sticks it in, and...
world is as they were back then. I know there's evil, but have not heard anything regarding this.
It's amazing that the devil...
I assumed it was in relation to your earlier message. I understood.
...is present, but he's got everybody thinking he's a myth.
Yeah.
And he's real. Demons are real. They're
Can you cite any evidence for that?
They're angels that fell when Satan rebelled against God, and they're in the world, and they're little demons out.
I'm just going to be honest here. If the God of the Bible is as Pat Robertson thinks he is, and he's literally sending people to hell just for being, like, gay, or being in interracial marriages, or giving women rights, then I'm on the demon side. Like, if that's what God was like, and he genuinely just wanted to punish people for eternity just for doing, like, inoffensive shit, like being gay and just loving people who happen to be the same sex or gender, then fuck God? I would unironically fight even if it was like a fruitless endeavor, even if it was you knew you were gonna fail, I would not be on God's side. I would fight God, right? Because that would be evil. God would be evil in the scenario you're positing, Pat. I'd rather go down doing the right thing, is what I'm saying, in this hypothetical.
Destroy human beings. They hate people, and they're doing the will of their father, who is Satan. So are they there? Yes, there are. But most people don't know what a demon is like.
What are demons like?
And you get these people who are into demon casting.
In my experience, hot.
Out ministry, and it's a lot of hope.
That might be the websites I'm looking at, though.
And they can do a lot of psychological damage to people, telling them they have demons. So I just be careful. But yes, demons are real. The prayer I like is, Satan, I bind you and the forces of evil.
Kinky.
and that takes care
What's the safe word, Satan?
of demons. I bind.
The safe word is credenza. Credenza. Avant Gardner says, I'm sending my love down the well. Also, sorry it's a little off topic, but your talk of proper medication is making me think of taking my ADD meds. Kind of felt like they were only for studious purposes. I mean, it depends. I think everyone's probably different with the way that they interact with, like, their meds and what's best for their particular situation. For me, my ADHD is bad enough that I like to be on them all the time, because without it, my brain is just so disorganized I can barely function, and I get a ton of anxiety and depression over it, because I'm just, like, not functioning, and I have tons of intrusive thoughts and stuff. But that doesn't necessarily mean everyone needs to. It's just up to what you think is best, and make sure you talk to your doctor about it.
You, Satan, and the forces of evil, and cast you out. That's it.
Asshole. Oh god, this is bad. This is some peak boomer shit.
This first one comes from Lori, who says, 2 years ago, our daughter got very angry with us and abruptly cut us out of her life. Since then, she's even had a baby that we have not seen. She's never shared with us what's wrong. Our sons say it's a communication issue.
You're probably assholes. Usually people don't... Let me be clear about this. 99.9% of the time, if your kids don't talk to you, it's your fault. I'm not saying always. I'm sure there are situations where the opposite happens and your kid just turns out to be an asshole due to no fault of your own. I'm sure that happens. People are complicated, and I'm sorry when that does happen. But genuinely, no kid wants to hate their parents. Right? You want to like your parents. You want to have parents that love you. You want to have parents that care for you and, like, respect you as a human being. And if they don't do that, then there's a good chance you're going to cut them out. Because what's the point then? They're not showing you love, so why should you return love to them?
We can't figure it out, and in spite of reaching out
Sure, Polly, go ahead and post the link.
multiple times and offering apologies, she refuses to try to restore the relationship.
Why is the onus on her to restore the relationship? It sounds like a you problem, and frankly, maybe she has no interest in restoring the relationship. Like, for instance, I've told you guys many times, I don't mean to belabor the point, but you guys know I don't talk to my parents. I have no interest in any kind of reconciliation ever in my life. Never. Never ever. I don't want them to talk to me. They're blocked. I don't want to see them. I don't want to talk to them. I just don't. Right? Maybe this person's the same way. You don't have a right to a relationship with your children.
Now
you can lose it if you're an asshole.
She's begun inviting her brothers and their families over for the holidays, causing them to travel between our two homes in the same city. I feel it's dishonoring for our sons to join in her rebellion, and that they ought to tell
We know Hannah plans to poop on her dad's grave one day. I'm not actually going to do that.
her that they will,
though he deserves it,
continue the family traditions as usual at Mom and Dad's house. That they will help bring...
Oh, they probably were told what was wrong. They just don't... They didn't internalize it. They probably just... It washed over them, and they didn't... It's just a guess.
restoration to our family, but will not participate in her rebellious behavior that splits
her rebellious behavior. What rebellious behavior?
The family at the holiday.
See what I mean? Like, what rebellious behavior? What the fuck are you talking about?
Restoration to our family, but will not participate in her rebellion, and that they ought to tell her that they will continue the family traditions, honoring for them to travel between our two homes.
Let's see, we cannot figure out how to spend another day. No. She refused to restore the relation. Now she's begun inviting her brothers and sisters' family over for the holidays, causing them to travel between our two homes in the same city. Okay? So basically they're upset that there's going to be two Christmases and one of them doesn't involve them. Keep at it. Your other kids will cut you off too.
That they will help bring restoration to our family, but will...
Oh yeah, the fact that they're talking about her like this and don't treat her like a human being, but a child that needs to be, like, corrected. I understand. When your kid's a minor, especially when they're, like, young, you know? It's your job as a parent to like, make sure they're learning about the world and how to navigate it in a respectful way towards others that also lets them respect themselves and make sure other people are treating them well. Teaching them morals, teaching them all that kind of stuff. But as they get older, when they get into their teens and stuff, you're still there, you know? You're still teaching them, but maybe you're a little more hands-off. Just because at a certain point your kids need to start learning to deal with problems on their own. but with the safety net knowing you're there as the parent. And you're always there and you're willing to listen and you won't get mad. They can always come to you with help or whatever. And then once they're 18 or 20 or whatever, again, always be there. It's great. You should always be there for your kids when they need you. But, like, after they're 18, they're an adult. I get it, too. Like, I'm not saying 18-year-olds have, you know, the best fucking ideas in the world. I was 18, I know, believe me. But, like, it's just how life works. At some point, your kid is an adult, and, well, they'll always be your kid. They'll always be your baby. I understand that. The relationship dynamic does change. They're an adult. They'll always be your kid, but you do need to respect their autonomy and the fact that they are their own person. And while you don't have to agree with everything they believe or say, you do need to respect that they're an adult and have the right to think it. And it's not your job to correct them, right? Sick.
Will not participate in her rebellion.
It's authoritarian parenting. It's parenting by edict instead of parenting by relationship.
Rebellious behavior that splits the family at the holidays and other family occasions. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. This is really a tragic thing, but, you know, daughters, God bless them. I have daughters, I have granddaughters, I have great-granddaughters. They can be the sweetest things in the world.
Oh, no, I know what he's going to say.
But they also can be going through puberty and then go through all kinds of hormonal changes.
Their daughter lives in her own house? I don't think she's going through puberty, you fucking idiot. And are we going to talk about puberty from that point of view, really? Are we going to act like teenage boys going through puberty are the peak of rationality? Oh my god. The sexism.
They get nuts along the way, and
all these women wanting to have opinions and rights of their own, I just don't understand it.
And, you know, a little slight sets them off, and they harbor it, and they don't know what's going on. So I suggest you pray for your daughter. I suggest you love her. I think for your other siblings to go along with this and not recognize what's there.
Something's not right
but
there.
Possibly you could get a Christian counselor or somebody who...
Don't get a Christian counselor. Even if you're a Christian, I would recommend you just get a counselor, a secular one. If you also want to talk to a religious, like, some sort of religious, what's the word I'm even thinking of? Like someone in your church who's like, can give religious advice. Sure, fine, whatever. Or religious interpretations of what's going on. But for the love of God, please actually go to a therapist if you can. I understand not everyone is able, but Christian counselors cost money just like secular ones, so you should go for the effective one. When I was in high school, my mom made me go to a Christian counselor, even knowing I wasn't Christian at that point, and it was a fucking nightmare. He had nothing to say. He had nothing to say to me outside of, like, well, the Bible says blankety blank blank blank. Okay, I don't believe the Bible. What are we doing? Fucking talk like a human being to me. Magpie, thanks for 8 months.
Who's got some wisdom, a Christian psychiatrist or other, to see exactly what's going on. You can figure, you know, women have these cycles every month. They have something that causes...
Yeah, but the boys are going along with this.
Well, the boys ought to have better sense.
How long does Pat Robertson think this adult woman has been on her period? Also, does he think that adult women are incapable of, like... this fucking stereotype that women are incapable of acting as, like, normal human beings when they're on their period annoys me so much. It's so fucking stupid. And it disgusts me. Some men have done this thing, and I don't know where this stems from, but they've deluded themselves into thinking that anger, frustration, etc. aren't emotions. So, like, you know, when women have empathy and, like, feelings about things, they'll be like, women are so emotional. Meanwhile, the same kind of men are generally balls of rage just waiting to explode on everyone around them. Anger's an emotion. Don't know if you know that.
Exactly.
But the girl is into this. I mean, you can think, okay, she's
The girl, she's an adult. She's a woman.
going to hit menopause and she's going to have another crisis.
I'm getting pretty emotional about this. Maybe you're on your period. That must be it.
But these are hormonal things that go on at puberty and so forth, and the little slights can kick somebody off. I mean, I know of one instance where a teenager was told by somebody, "You're a little bit overweight, aren't you?" That's it. I don't talk to that person again. I don't have anything to do with them, you know.
Maybe don't be rude and call people fat. Like, do you get why someone wouldn't then want to deal with you? Like, that's not...
I mean, it's
wild.
It's that kind of little teeny slight, so it's...
A little teeny slight, like, you're fat. Fuck off, you old Crypt Keeper motherfucker. I guess he's not the Crypt Keeper anymore. He's just another resident.
They need to have professional counseling, but you can't force your daughter to go see a shrink, but they need to go see a psychiatrist or a...
Maybe the parents need to go see a psychiatrist and figure out why they're such pieces of shit.
Counselor, at least, the family counselor.
And talk this thing out, because this is absolutely ridiculous, and it's a sin against God. But you're in the right, you're the parent, you're supposed to...
You're in the right, you're the parent. What a sentence. Did you guys know that the capability to do a cream pie and then gestate someone for 9 months makes you right automatically about everything regarding that being?
Supposed to honor your mother and father, and if they don't honor you, they're sinning against God. So you've got God on your side, so just hold fast and keep loving and keep adoring.
Yeah, he was born in 1930 before World War II. You're right. He's greatest generation.
Open and keep going.
That's not a conceited title at all, by the way, for that group of people. That's Pat Buchanan, though. Here's the longer clip of the thing we saw,
So
short
all of
thing
this
from before.
Stuff right now where we are playing the blame game, where we are killing ourselves, where we are the world is looking at Black America and they're saying, what are these people doing to themselves? We don't
30s is the silent generation. Okay.
Don't get it.
Their parents were I don't know. Whatever it was.
Because we should be
were their parents the greatest generation, quote unquote? Silent, boomers, Gen X, millennial zoomers, Gen Alpha.
Naries, we're still a mission field.
Well, your compatriots must hate your guts, if I can use those terms for you, saying what you say.
Yes, well, I'm telling the truth. And I'm telling them the truth, and we can't die. I've been going to several cities, Pat, including Harlem, New York, where the death rate is higher than the birth rate, and it's in depopulation. Numbers of the cities...
Hasn't Harlem been, like, gentrified as shit by this point? Like, I feel like that statistic is either not true or very misleading. H. Baird says, weirdly, I've met a lot of silent generation who've been pretty cool with me being trans. It's not about age. Boomerism is a state of mind. Since the 90s, yeah. It's like he's thinking about Harlem in, like, the 50s. Or the 60s or something. It's very misleading. Is it just because the people there tend to be older? Is it an older population thing?
Blacks are dying faster than they're born.
It used to be, like in the 30s, the blacks were self-sustaining. They had wonderful families. They had home ownership. They were in...
Fucking what, Pat?
Business. And what happened over the...
What happened? You're literally describing the Jim Crow era? During segregation? And no... Black Americans found it very, very difficult, if not impossible, to buy homes because no one would give them loans. You fucking psycho.
Those years.
I believe what happened is when your belief system, when your messaging takes you outside.
Fucking disgusting.
Jake says, I'm 14 years old and I wonder, how can someone believe in science and spirituality?
Bumble Homestead with 100 bits says, yeah, and then the Tulsa Massacre, dumbass.
Well, I don't know why they can't.
Yeah, right?
God created the world. The laws of nature were created by God.
Source?
And true science tries to find out what God put in the world. The trouble is...
True science is agenda-driven, clearly. Good take, Pat.
Where scientists speculate about theology, and they don't know what they're talking about because they weren't there. They can't...
The age of the Earth isn't a theological question, it's a scientific one with an actual answer that's falsifiable.
Speculate about the origins of life because they weren't there.
Were you there? Why do you think the Bible's true? You weren't there when it was written. See how this argument doesn't really work?
If they tell you observable phenomena, then we ought to believe them. And I tell you, if you find a
Do you have to witness a murder in order to solve it? Like, here's my question. Has Pat read Sherlock Holmes? In his head, were the Sherlock Holmes books Sherlock Holmes walking into Holmes, and seeing murders and going, I have deduced the murderer! He's right there, stabbing someone right now! No, Sherlock Holmes and a lot of things are not based on directly witnessing something, but finding evidence of what happened and piecing it together, deductively or inductively. The idea that, like, you need to directly witness something to know it happened is insane. That is not how things work. Most of human history we do not have direct evidence of, right? Photographs only existed very recently in the span of human existence. This idea that you need to directly see something to be confident that it happened is nuts.
Who tell you.
And in Holmes's case, a lot of drugs. What is cocaine if not mystery-solving fuel? Cocaine was just Sherlock Holmes' version of a Scooby snack.
Just something existed 300 million years ago, then you'd better believe him because he knows what he's talking about.
But you didn't see who wrote the book, so why do you think it was written by God? You weren't there to see it written. You weren't there to see it divinely inspired.
So we don't want to have our religious theory go with flat Earth, you know? All right.
Wow.
This small, hardy band of Christians set the stage for what would become the freest, most prosperous, and some would argue the most spiritual nation on earth, all based on biblical principles.
What does the most spiritual nation on earth even mean? Also, if you're going to say the most spiritual nation on earth, I would imagine it would be the Vatican by definition.
Ladies and gentlemen, our warning should be today, we can't lose that. And when you have courts that are taking away the very essence of our democracy.
The very essence of our democracy is not allowing gay people to get married, apparently.
The very, well, the ground from which this great country came, when courts are saying that is unconstitutional, when they're...
Again, did Pat just learn about judicial review?
Exalting aberrant lifestyles and saying...
Aberrant. Pat, homosexuality predates Christianity.
That's constitutional. When they're defying the very essence of this nation, they are sowing the seeds not of a new prosperous nation, but of the destruction of the one that's already here. That's why in the archives the word is very true. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. Eternal vigilance.
Homosexuality does predate humanity. Yes.
And if we're not vigilant, we're going to lose it.
Psycho.
Crystal writes, I've been in church all my life with my family. We are not allowed to date. The only ones in my church that are married already knew their partners before coming into church. It is treated as a sin to show interest or have a mutual understanding in church with the opposite sex. Most of the people in the church are frustrated because we're getting older and no one is getting married.
That's such a bizarre policy, even by Christian evangelical church standards. What?
We pray about the issue, but it seems like it is bouncing back. What should I do?
You know, those who are homosexual.
Oh, Pat Robertson, I'm sure, has a breadth of knowledge about the gay experience in America. Please, let us know, Pat. How you doing?
Will die out because they...
I want to know Pat Robertson's reaction to Stonewall so bad. Like, when he read about that or heard about it on the radio or whatever. I want to know so bad what he was thinking.
They don't
probably a lot of slurs.
Reproduce. You know, you have to have heterosexual sex to reproduce.
Not necessarily.
Same thing with...
As long as the seed gets to the egg, you're good.
That church, it's doomed. It's going to die out because this is the most nonsensical thing I have heard in a long time. This is absurd.
I mean, every church dies out eventually. There aren't a ton of pagans left. They still exist. I'm aware. Neo-paganism is a thing. But, you know, eventually Christianity will probably die out and there'll be some other religion. QAnon will be the new religion or something.
God has made us to be in families. God has created a desire of men and women to have attraction to the opposite sex.
But people feel attraction to the same sex as well. Or both. Or any. Right? So by that same logic, if we have it, then by your worldview, God must have given it to us. So God is pansexual and likes to watch everyone, maybe? Or none. Yep.
So that they will reproduce and have children. If I were you, I'd get out of that church as fast as I could, cast the dust of it on your feet, shake off the dust, and run.
Here's our last question for today. Wayne says, why should I keep praying if my prayers don't get answered? I've been through several broken relationships, prayed for all of them, and none of them were healed. I feel like God is not there.
Well,
I've done nothing and I'm all out of ideas.
It sounds like, man, old buddy, that you've got something wrong with you.
All right. 1 point for Pat Robertson for saying something funny. He'd still be going to hell if it was real, though.
That many women have left you, something's wrong. So I suggest that you examine yourself. The guy said, know yourself. And I think you need to know yourself. And maybe you need to get some Christian psychologist to give you some advice, because you've got a problem. And, you know, that many women...
Pat Robertson says, get fucked, incel.
And do not leave. Either that or you're picking the wrong ones, or there's something wrong with you. And I recommend that you get serious counseling. Well, tomorrow, a man is...
That's the best advice he's ever given. Wow. That's nice.
This is Francis, who says someone was on television admitting to be a, quote, gay Christian, saying they believe in Jesus and the Bible. What does the person mean? How is it possible for this person to believe in the Bible when the Bible is clear about same-sex marriage and the definition?
That's so funny, because I bet this person, and I'm going to get a little Christian-y here. I'm not Christian anymore, but like I used to be when I was younger. I've been in the culture. I know what these people talk about in church and stuff. It's so funny to me, because I feel like if you said to this person, have you ever lied in your life? Have you ever coveted something? Have you ever disrespected your parents? Anything along those lines? Then how are you still a Christian? Right? These are all things that the Bible also says are wrong, but you're not saying it's impossible for someone to be a Christian and have lied or be a liar. You just think that it requires repentance, right? Such a double standard. I would feel so much... I don't like homophobia. Obviously, it targets me and other LGBT people and it's dog shit. But, like, at the very least, I wish these people were just honest and said, I just don't like LGBT people, instead of hiding behind this kind of shit. Oh, the Bible says it. No, you think it. You think it. Because there are people who believe the Bible and aren't homophobic. You've decided that your homophobia takes precedence, and therefore you found scripture that backs it up. You can back up basically any belief based on the Bible, you know? It's a big book. Lots of different people wrote it. You can justify pretty much anything if you're looking hard enough. Glad you could make it, Ratkin.
Definition of marriage. Is this person misguided and a hypocrite?
Oh, they've
kind of seems like you're a fucking hypocrite.
Been gay churches for many years. They have communion. They do all kinds of things, and
they have communion. They do all kinds of things. Gay communion. It's like communion, but they take the wafer and they stick it way at the back of your throat. Wow, you have no gag reflex. Thanks, I've been going to communion a lot. God damn it.
They have gay pastors and so forth. And they'll tell you that they love Jesus and all this. The truth is, if you read Romans, the last stage of Gentile world apostasy has to do with rampant homosexuality. Read what...
Rampant. The way these people talk, like if you were an alien and you had no context for the human race except for Pat Robertson, you would legit think that they were just like gay orgies breaking out in the streets constantly. Like, what are you even talking about, Pat? You have to see a pride flag sometimes. How awful for you. I'm worried I'm going to be murdered because of who I am. We're a little different.
The Apostle Paul said,
especially because I'm still alive and you're not.
Therefore, God gave them up to a reprobate mind, whereas men begin to leave off the use of the women and to lust after one another, where women...
But Pat, have you tasted dick? How do you know you don't like it if you haven't tried it?
Gave the use of the man, began to lust after each other. Wherefore God gave them up. I mean, that's what it is. So you say, you got a church? Sure. It's a shame, but that's what the Bible says, all right? This law says marriage is between a man and a woman. That's what it is. It is a law that corresponds to the belief of the majority of American people. Marriage.
Numanogs, thanks for gifting a sub.
Marriage is between a man and a woman. Are we going to knuckle under to the pressure of homosexuals?
You could literally take this speech and talk about, like, pre-civil rights era. Are we gonna buckle to a minority of the population? It's not buckling. Respecting people as human beings and giving them equal rights to everyone else isn't buckling. It's doing the right thing. Mentioned random gay orgies not happening. Have you heard of Miami, Florida during Pride? No. I can't imagine Pride in Florida is gonna be all that great this year.
Are we going to allow them to determine who gets legal counsel and who doesn't? Are they going to destroy people?
What? Who gets legal counsel? What are you talking about? The Supreme... In the United States, you have a right to a lawyer in criminal matters. Civil matters not, but criminal, yes. So anyone can get a lawyer.
Oh, the answer is yes.
Miami had its Pride already in April? Oh. How'd it go? Why'd they have it in April?
Are very well organized.
Is it, oh, maybe is it too hot in June in Florida? Maybe it's just miserable.
And very...
I heard about Trump, yeah. Or I heard about that he posted about it.
Vociferous. But the idea that a major law firm, once it's taken a case, would back off and refuse counsel is just unprecedented. It is appalling. And I think those who do business with King and Spalding, as I said earlier, should have a long re-examination of your...
Avant Gardner with 300 bits says, surprised you've been on this long, and for my whole break, thank you, back to work. Oh, of course. Hope the rest of your shift goes well. Almost on a hype train.
Association. Christy, I'm shocked.
I'm just checking in if there's any more information on the Trump thing. Can't fucking believe it. Yeah, it's being reported by even ABC. Yeah. That seems legit. God damn. Nemesaur, thanks for gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Metal Turtle with 300 bits says, say there's a heaven and a Christian lore is right, and Pat dies and finds himself before his creator and gets sentenced to hell for eternity for his hate for his fellow man. You know what's the thing? I still wouldn't find that reasonable. Like, Pat Robertson is a huge piece of shit, but I don't think anyone deserves eternal torment. Like, that's nuts, right? I don't know. I'm for, like, restorative justice and reformative justice. I am not for retribution, necessarily. Like, I don't know, just torturing anyone for eternity. Like, at some point, isn't the shriveled husk of suffering flesh... How is it even Pat Robertson in 1,000 years? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's fucked. 34% to level 4 on the hype train. Thank you very much.
On behalf of Regent University, I want to welcome you and Donald Trump and the Trump team to this plaza for Regent University this glorious day. And, you know, a few years ago...
The Good Place, and I'm not going to get too specific in case anyone hasn't seen The Good Place. I'd recommend it. But the afterlife system at the end of The Good Place is not bad. I don't think there's an afterlife, but if you're trying to manufacture some sort of relatively moral one, it's not too bad.
We had something called the Road to Victory. I wonder if today's another one of them. I hope. I want to tell you a real...
Yes, Right Wing Watch archives a ton of stuff like this. They've actually had to deal with, like, demonetization and stuff because, of course, they're reposting, like, right-wing nonsense. But they serve an important purpose in archiving this stuff so it's publicly available for people to see in the open what crazy right-wing people say. So thank you, Right Wing Watch. Here's a link to their channel if you would like it. Check them out. Give them a subscribe if you'd like.
A quick story, then I'll get off the platform. About 25 years ago, I had the privilege of meeting a prize fight trainer and manager whose name was Lou Duba. And Lou had a guy named Evander Holyfield that he was training. And he said to me, I'm taking Evander up to New Jersey to something called the Trump Mahal, Trump Taj, whatever they called it.
The Trump Taj Mahal? Does Pat Robertson not know what the Taj Mahal is? 'Cause he was still, like, super old here. He's this age and he's never heard of one of the most famous buildings in the world? Isn't the Taj Mahal on the list of, like, man-made world wonders? It's like that and the pyramids and the Great Wall of China.
Anyhow, and he said...
you know what's a good song? 7 Wonders by Stevie Nicks. It's a good song.
Would you like to come...
7 Wonders.
Come along and pray for Evander. I said, sure, I'd be glad to, because I used to box and I like that. So I got up there to that magnificent...
I'm going to time travel so I can go back in time and box Pat Robertson.
...magnificent structure, and I went behind the scenes into the training...
I'm aware that the Trump Taj Mahal is not the same thing as the actual Taj Mahal, but they're spelled the same, so he shouldn't have trouble saying it, was the point I was trying to make. I am aware that Trump has nothing to do with the actual Taj Mahal. Less than a minute left on the hype train, 34% to level 4. It was featured in American Horror Story Coven, and Stevie Nicks is in that show playing herself, I believe, as a witch. Numinogs, thanks for gifting a sub, 56% to level 4.
Where Evander was warming up, and we prayed together, and then they escorted me down to ringside, and there was a young entrepreneur whose name was Trump. And he said, he, by the way, was facing bankruptcy. The banks were closing in on him. It looked like he was going to lose his shirt.
I still don't understand how you lose money on a casino. Like, what did he do? Was it just that bad of a casino? Like, why did it go out of business? Astral Storm, thanks for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. So close! So close to keeping the hype train going. Thank you.
This preacher, don't count me out. I'm coming back. I'm going to be great again.
I find it hard to believe Pat ever prayed for a black man. Ooh. He seems to me like he's one of those people who's racist, but, like, thinks of black people he knows as, like, one of the good ones, air quote, 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 you know? That's the impression he gives me. I think he generally has a racist disdain towards, like, black people in America generally, and I think he viewed them negatively, I keep forgetting the past tense, but I think he doesn't translate that to people he necessarily sees in person, if that makes sense. If you've ever known a racist person like this, you know what I mean. A lot of Republicans are this.
You know, he's gone from bankruptcy to $10 billion, so that's not too shabby.
Considering how much money his dad gave him when he died, it's actually pretty bad.
But I'll tell you this in closing. I want to give a warning to the bookies in Vegas. If you bet against Donald Trump, you're going to lose your shirt. All right, thank you.
Look, Obama turned out this huge. It wasn't because he's had such a successful first term and winning. If indeed he wins, he's.
It's not because of these things. For my next cult watch, thank you. And Lily Love Stuff says this episode of Tidalip talks about what could have been an issue with the casino. Oh, interesting. Shanks for the link.
Gates heavily padlocked, and
oof. I will save this for Cult Watch. Cult. Choose another folder. Cult. There we go. Cool. The whale in Atlantic City. Interesting. Thank you.
Hardly has a mandate for anything. Certainly not that. This is a status quo election. But he turned out this huge chunk of voters that I didn't think he was going to be able to amass, and yet he did.
The fact of the matter is, judges matter, and President Obama could well select 2 or 3 justices.
Oh, God.
To the Supreme Court. And frankly,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg, why the fuck didn't you retire when you had the chance?
That's the Supreme Court I'm going to be dealing with for the rest of my life. So the reality is I'm going to deal with it the best way I can. And we've had a lot of unanimous decisions in the past, and that's what we're going to shoot for again. But I think that this is a bit of a wake-up call.
Obama has offered some kind of a Mickey Mouse fiscal program that was just shut down almost unanimously by the Congress. What have they got? He does.
The Congress was Republican at this point. Republicans fucking hated Obama.
Seem to have,
and we all know why.
Have any program, and yet he's been able to win re-election. What is going on with the American people?
The people spoke. You know, H.L. Mencken, the great social critic, said democracy is giving people what they want, good and hard. And I think we're going to see 4 years of people regretting this decision if President Obama does hang on. The left won over the last 30 years, and conservatives get in only long enough to try to start fixing the problems, and then they're pushed right back out.
Fuck off. They cause all the goddamn problems. Most of them.
So maybe that's our future. I hope not, but
it's horrible.
It's horrible.
The services, the garbage collection, and the police, and the fire, and the maintenance of the roads. In certain areas in America right now, they're digging up paved roads because they can't afford to continue to maintain the highways.
So you want to use federal funds then? Great. I'm sure you were very much in support of Biden's infrastructure bill then, right? Pat? Oh yeah, he can't respond. He's fucking dead.
That's what I saw in Zaire.
He's going to try to get his policies through regulation. They're not going to work legislatively, but this is a president that has certainly not shied away from using his executive power. I would say oftentimes abusing that executive power and basically legislating from the Oval Office. I think you're going to see that, and we're going to have to be prepared to challenge regulations as they come forward, because they will be in continued encroachments on liberty and freedom.
I can't believe he lived like a decade after that. Wow. Yike-arena.
One more time, I want to mention the fact that this is a religious belief. It is deeply ingrained in the people. And for when our president refuses to acknowledge it, when the Secretary of State, now the Democratic nominee...
Why do the bad ones live so long? Considering the right's penchant for projection, I'm almost thinking they're sucking adrenochrome out of the heads of children. It's a joke. It's a joke. No one's actually doing that.
...for president refuses to acknowledge and says that this is a slur against a, quote, great religion. This is nonsense. This is what this great religion teaches. And it's right in the warp and woof of Islam. So whether you like it or not, that's the way it is. So the left is having a dilemma of major proportions. And I think for those of us who, disagree with some of their policies, the best thing to do is to sit on the sidelines and let them kill themselves.
Wow.
You know, in Canada, in Quebec, they have signs in French. One says femme and the other says homme. And the child of one of my friends said, Daddy, am I a femme or a homme? Because he didn't know the difference, because they didn't say male and female. But this whole thing is absolutely ludicrous. This is the greatest nation on earth.
What the fuck is he even talking about? Another one for Cult Watch. Thank you for the...
My friends and I...
Oh, we actually watched this one already. It's interesting, but we did watch it at some point.
Have degenerated beyond measure. And what are we fighting about? These things about transgender and
yeah, why are you fighting about this? I just want to live my life.
So forth. I mean,
which is more than you can say about yourself.
Who cares? This kind of thing is just absurd.
Agreed? I'm guessing for completely wrong reasons. It's just absurd. It's absurd that you give a shit.
And we're making a big civil rights thing, and the fact that the NFL is supposedly a bunch of man-sized warriors are out on the field, and they're saying, well, we want homosexuals to be our heroes.
Do you think that there weren't gay men in the NFL prior to people coming out in the NFL? Really? Lennon Cat says the signs were in French for man and woman, but he was confused because it wasn't in English and he thought they were neo-pronouns. How fucking sad.
And we're going to fight for them, and if the Christian...
Yes. People should deserve to exist, regardless of whether they're gay or straight or cis or trans or bi or pan or ace, whatever.
If you can criticize them, then we're not going to North Carolina, we won't go to Virginia, we won't go to Georgia, we won't go to wherever. The law says that Christians have a right to speak out. We're not going to tolerate that. But
okay, speak out. Most people aren't going to take you seriously, though. No one said you didn't have a right to speak. You just don't have a right to force people to agree with you. Did I do his Katrina or 9/11 reactions? No.
Because we're NFL and we beat our chest. The whole thing is absolutely absurd. It makes me sick at my stomach.
Man, sounds like you should probably go to therapy then. How's the insurance in hell? Pat Robertson blames market crash on gay marriage. What?
Back in the 1850s or 60s, there was a charge at one party. It was the party of Romanism and rebellion. And I don't know what you label the Democrats now, but it's the party of gays, godliness, and whatever else. But I mean, that's same-sex marriage is in the platform. They want to.
He makes Democrats sound so much more badass than they are.
To go along with that as a right, and I'm just astounded because they can't defend it. And you ask yourself, you're going to go before the American.
I can absolutely defend it. What are you talking about?
People, and that's going to be the face you're going to present to America.
It worked.
You have insulted the Catholic Church with your rules. You've insulted.
Do you think all Catholics are anti-gay marriage?
Right to work states. You have
fuck right to work.
Insulted certain union groups with your.
Michigan repealed right to work recently, I think. Fuck yeah, Michigan.
Staying on the pipeline, and now you're going after.
Did they, or were they just planning on it? Now I can't remember. Let me look. Michigan repeals right to work law. Fuck yes. Ugh.
God, I mean, it makes no sense, but that's what they want to do.
Move to Michigan if you're looking for somewhere to live. It's getting pretty based. Which one is that act again? I don't know what it was called. I'm not sure.
So many people who are in the so-called homosexual lifestyle found that some camp counselor, some coach, some older person.
Glad, Chapamon. Glad you're liking it.
Older teenager, whatever, had started them on the road to homosexuality. If some of you are involved in a lesbian relationship or a homosexual relationship where you've got tendencies or whatever, only God can make a difference, and He can change whatever's there in your life and give you peace so that you're not doing something that the Bible says is an abomination.
The only reason any queer people don't have peace is because of people who target LGBT people. So, Pat Robertson, you're the problem?
Abomination.
You were the problem?
But you're doing that which pleases Him. Would you like that? Well, if you would.
Nice, profane priestess. You mind if I ask which school? If you're not comfortable with it, that's fine. You don't have to tell me.
I want you to pray with me right now. Are you willing to make a change? I know.
What the fuck is this condescending bullshit? Lennon Cat says, right to work has got to be the most American politician way of naming a law. It's like vote for our Jesus Loves Freedom Act. It allows us to execute puppies on Sundays and sends all children to go to work in the mines.
Oh, you are.
I genuinely, at this point, can we just, like, make a law that all bills have to just be referred to officially, like, by some number? Like, Bill B137984. These fucking little titles people give them are so gross. The Patriot Act. Go fuck yourself. The Defense of Marriage Act. Ooh, we have to defend marriage from the gays. God damn it.
So just bow your head. Pray with me right now. Don't be afraid. Pray these words. Jesus, Do it. Jesus, you know me. You know me, Lord. You know what's deep down at the center of my being. You know what I've done. You know what's been done to me. But Lord, I want to leave all that behind. I want a fresh start. I want to be clean. I want to be righteous. I want to live for you. And so now I turn away from that which is displeasing in your sight, and I turn to you. Lord God, fill me now with your Spirit. Set me free from whatever would bind me.
Are worms Jesus' spirit? Because I'm pretty sure you're going to be full of those soon. Odd Tall Man says, these bits have extra gay on them. Yep, smells pretty gay to me.
From this moment on, Lord, I'm yours, and I thank you that you are mine. Thank you, Lord.
Jesus. Okay, we've been going for 4 hours. Let's find a quick cleanse, and then we'll be done.
NBC News has now confirmed Donald Trump has been indicted.
This is a cleanse, right? First name bunch of numbers says gotta use the pride bits for extra gay. Thank you very much.
He has been summoned to appear on Tuesday. It turns out this time he was not crying wolf. He was accurate. I want to go to Ryan Riley, who is one of our justice reporters. Justice reporters. Ryan, give us the full update. I have given the summary.
That's right. I mean, we don't have the specificity of thus far, but he will be in court on Tuesday. I mean, this is a really historic moment, something we were sort of waiting on pins and needles all day for potentially at the Justice Department. But, you know, it was kind of quiet there. And I think that that's sort of an indication of the way that they've handled this probe. They really have followed the guidelines to the book here. And I think some of the stuff that we saw come out and even the indications that we saw that this was happening in Miami was pretty late in the game.
This is the program? Oh, okay, cool. University of Michigan Anthropology and History. Ooh. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that.
Reporters really got
your thoughts on the latest Trump indictment?
a sense of that.
Trump's reaction. I'm in danger.
Fact that was happening out of Miami.
I didn't want to find the Ralph Wiggum clip.
That this had all sort of moved, because that's a sort of what ended up happening. They used D.C. as sort of an investigative grand jury and eventually moved all of this down to Miami, where most of
his video's frozen.
The alleged crimes actually took place. So, you know, this is confirming what Donald Trump has said on his social media, and every indication is that the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, has become.
Who's Matt Binder? Is that the channel name also just straight up Matt Binder with a space?
The first former president to face federal charges, twice impeached, charged on the state level. Here we are, charged with federal.
No space? Okay. Matt Binder. I'll try and remember that. I'll actually do it right now. Just get the page open so I know. No. Wrong website. That website might have inappropriate things. Don't go on Twitter on stream. Matt Binder.
They're not doing too good right now.
Oh, yeah. Leftist Mafia. Cool. I'll raid after we finish this cleanse.
Federal crimes.
And it is a moment. This is an historic moment. This has never happened to...
I hate when people say an historic moment. Why do we decide that to make something sound important, it needs to be grammatically incorrect? It's not an historic moment, it's a historic moment. I'm pretty sure it's an when something starts with a vowel, and it's a when something starts with a consonant.
United States.
H is a consonant.
It's president, and cue Rachel Maddow.
I understand English is stupid. But don't make it more stupid.
When something this historic happens, there is one person that we all, I think, want to hear from. Rachel Maddow was on the phone.
Oh, I was going to say Ja Rule.
Rachel,
someone get Ja on the phone.
What do you make of this news?
Sorry for referencing Dave Chappelle. That was from when he used to be funny.
That NBC News...
Instead of just airing his grievances openly about trans people.
Has now confirmed that Donald Trump has been indicted in the documents mishandling case.
Well, Joy, it's one of those days when you both think like, wow, this is happening in my generation, in my lifetime. We're the first people to see federal criminal charges against a former president. It has a shock factor to it, but at the same time, I think we've really known it was coming for some time. And I don't know. I mean, there are elements of what we know thus far that cut in the former president's to his benefit, I think, in terms of what could have happened here. I mean, I'm sure he would rather face a jury in Florida than a jury in Washington, D.C., just as a matter of pure trial strategy. If this means that the charges are very specific to the handling of classified documents.
I can't even imagine what the voir dire for this fucking trial is going to be like. How do you find relatively neutral juries for the trial of Donald Trump, a former president? Probably one of, if not the most divisive president in modern history for sure. You know? Crazy to me. Like, how can you go into this trial and not have some sort of preconception about the man, or put it aside completely? Like, if I was put on it, I would do my absolute best, but come on. You know?
And we'll have to see what the exact charges are and how many there are, and how serious they are. But if they are specific to that and not to broader issues of
baby jurors,
election meddling and trying to stay in power after he had been voted out of office, you know, there's an interesting track record that he can look to in terms of, you know, other people. Even
my concern is that anyone who doesn't have any kind of opinion at Donald Trump at this point is probably an idiot who doesn't pay attention to anything, and that's concerning.
Other high-profile people, like, for example,
the rural juror, the juror,
retired General David Petraeus, who have been dinged for criminal conduct like that, and essentially gotten a slap on the wrist and gone on with their careers. That said, some other people have had to do prison time for these things. So it feels like both unbelievably serious in terms of what this means for us as the American people, and a new benchmark low for our politics and what we expect of our political leaders. It also...
I always am mesmerized by Trump's nussy. Look at that shit. It's right there. How does he even do that? How do you have such loose neck skin that you can make a nussy? Like, what the fuck? Look at that. It's like he has nussy cleavage. Is that it? Does that count?
Seems like it might not be the worst case scenario that Trump might have been imagining, at least not at this point.
You know, the one time that we came close to an historic moment like this, obviously, was Richard Nixon, who, you know, we all have interviewed former prosecutors on that case who were very clear that he would have been indicted. But
I swear to God, if Biden even considers giving some sort of pardon to Trump, I'm moving to Canada. I'm gonna fly there, not even in a plane. My rage and disappointment will just fuel me.
For the intervention, you know, of the succeeding president who pardoned him. And then, of course, there was Spiro Agnew, who was also indicted. But this feels like it is on a sort of level of its own, Rachel, because this does also involve the national security of the United States.
Yeah.
And the casual treatment of our national security by a president who, for whatever reason, whether it was just...
A Fox reporter asked about pardoning Trump, and Biden just laughed. Good. I don't necessarily think he would, and the Nixon situation was very specific, where the person who took over after him because he resigned was his vice president. Strategically, a pretty good move for him. Even though it's fucking evil and fuck Richard Nixon, and he should have been prosecuted, but that was a pretty particular situation.
for braggadocio, to prove a point against General Mark Milley, or for whatever reason, did seem to sort of abrogate to himself the authority and power, even after he wasn't president anymore, to use our national security for himself. That is just on a different level from even the worst things that Nixon did.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and we'll have to see, A, what the charges are, B, how serious they are, and see what they say about motive, because you're right, Joy. If we're talking about a national security indictment that...
Over under, do you guys think he was just being an idiot when he took that shit? Or was he legit so stupid as to think he would get away with selling classified national security secrets to other countries like Saudi Arabia? Like, is that really what happened? Is he that fucking stupid?
Implicates him in using information, the disclosure of which could hurt.
Like, I get it. He can get away with a lot of things. He got away with more than any human being should ever be able to get away with in their entire lives. I totally get it. But, like, this is one thing that's taken pretty seriously.
Materially hurt the national security of the United States.
You can fuck over poor people and gay people and non-white people, and rich people who control the government don't really care. But if you start selling government secrets, they tend to care about that, because that also affects rich people.
States, and he discloses it anyway, or plans to disclose it, or at least retain it anyway, for his own personal purposes against the interests of the country. That is a very different thing. I mean, both with Nixon and Agnew, they were both facing serious charges. In Agnew's case, we know that he was facing 40 felony counts. The conceivable indictment of Nixon, we have to write that ourselves a little bit, because of the...
Yeah, Biden believes in respectability politics because he's a million fucking years old.
Ford pardon, but in those cases it really was about venality. You know, it was about corruption. It was about abuse of power for personal gain, but not necessarily in a way that was about, you know, screwing our allies and screwing our own national security on the international stage. And so whatever this indictment says...
You don't think he was selling it? I just don't understand what he'd be doing with it if he wasn't planning on selling it. Like, what does he think he's going to do with these fucking documents? He's certainly not going to read them recreationally. I don't think Trump reads that often.
It materializes. Presumably we'll see it on Tuesday. Whatever it says about motive is going to be really important in terms of us assessing just what kind of treachery is being alleged here. And you're right, it is, even with the examples of Nixon and Agnew, it's new.
It is extraordinary, an extraordinary night to be here, and I am so grateful, Rachel Maddow, for the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
I'm glad you were
I
at
like her
the desk
makeup.
when it happened,
She's
my
got
dear.
some sparklies going on.
Really not.
Cute.
I am not jealous. I'm glad it was you.
Well, I was actually going to ask if you might want to drive down and come down, because I have our good friend Nicole Wallace, and we could form the trio again if you were here. Thank you, Rachel.
One plan was to blackmail the federal government. 1, 2 secret. There's no way. There's no way. I don't think even he's stupid enough to think he can blackmail the federal government.
Rachel Maddow, I truly appreciate you, and
Thank you, Joy.
Thank you. I do want to bring in the great Nicole Wallace, the one person in this gang of ours here that has worked for a president of the United States. And Nicole, nothing like this, even with Nixon on the list, has ever happened involving a former president, because this is on another level because of the national security aspect. And again, we don't know the specifics of the indictment, and I appreciate Rachel for making that clear, but I am eager to hear your thoughts on all of this.
You know, it's so interesting to listen to you and Rachel talk about the national security aspects here, because I have been thinking about the stories of Trump's disdain for the men and women.
Honestly, here's my thing about worrying about violence and stuff at Pride. I understand there's concern. I get it. I understand why you're concerned. But so far this month, everything's been fine. There have already been Pride events all over the country, and it's been fine. Right? My feeling is, if you allow fear around homophobes to keep you from doing things that you want to do, like going to Pride. I'm not saying you have to go to Pride. Not everyone goes to Pride. It's not for everyone. Some people don't like big events. That's fine. But if you are already going to go to Pride and you enjoy it, don't let these people stop you. That's what they want. They will win if you do that. They have succeeded. They would say, good, my terrorist tactics of scaring you has scared you in some small way back in the closet. You're afraid of being openly gay in public. Look, I understand that it's scary. I feel that too. I really do. But it was scary for LGBT people who came before us. Think about all the things that they went through. Stonewall, the AIDS crisis, the Defense of Marriage Act, homophobia, rampant, just literal gay bashing being an accepted activity, right? If LGBT elders who came before us can get through that and survive, and not only survive, but get us to the point where we're even here talking about pride events that are ubiquitous across the country, that we're talking about the fact that marriage is legal for people regardless of their gender in the United States. That's a wonderful fucking thing. There's power in that. And I know so often we can feel powerless. Think about everything LGBT people have accomplished in this country, despite the fact that we make up a small portion over the last 30, 40 years. We have scraped and fought for every fucking inch of the rights that have been fought for us. And we can do nothing less but continue to do the same thing, not only for ourselves, but for the queer people who are going to come after us. It's our responsibility. So go out this month, have fun at Pride events if that's something you like to do. Don't worry about idiots. It's not something that you should spend time worrying about. Okay? Just go out and be yourself, and that's the best way you can combat these people.
Of the military, and I think it's deeply connected to this. He didn't want to be seen with people who were wounded fighting to protect the United States of America. He didn't want to go to ceremonies to honor veterans of wars, people who had fought for the United States of America. His disdain and his inability to appreciate sacrifice, service, national security equities, his affinity for Kim Jong-un and his affinity for Vladimir Putin all brought us to this point. And I've been obsessed with the dogs that haven't barked since he's been under criminal investigation for mishandling classified documents. He's also been under criminal investigation for violating the Espionage Act the whole time. And because those crimes are more...
That seems like a big deal.
...opaque than the obstruction, which basically happened on Sean Hannity's TV show and on his
Fuck
True
yeah,
Social
Batman
feed.
over 900.
We haven't focused as much on the questions that you're focusing on tonight. And those are the violations of national security laws. He was under investigation by the Justice Department before he decapitated the top of DOJ by firing Comey, by firing McCabe. I mean, he has been a national security question/threat since the day he was sworn in. And this feels like something that just finally caught up with him. The crimes were too blatant. They were too flagrant. He did them in front of too many people. And it appears he is now, after a very, very long period of time of disregarding, disrespecting, and violating all of the norms, crossed some lines, and at least according to Jack Smith and his investigators, committed crimes that he believes he can prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
And what do you make of the fact that we talked a little bit about the deference that the DOJ, has for the president, the OMB memo that says you cannot indict a sitting president? Donald Trump was protected as he was clothed.
I still find that to be disgusting. That is such a bizarre, policy position to have.
Power of the presidency, but he used that on January 6th to try to stay in power, to essentially say that he was a king, that he was above the Constitution. That is the dog that hasn't hunted. We don't know what the specifics of this indictment are, but we're presuming that it has to do with the documents case. There is the other piece of what Jack Smith is investigating, which is the criminality around January 6th, for which a lot of Oath Keepers and Proud Boys are about to be sentenced or have been sentenced for seditious conspiracy.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump makes you feel like if you still reside on Earth 1, where facts are facts and up is up and down is down, that you're the crazy one. It appears that Jack Smith resides on Earth 1 also. And whereas Mueller, spent 23 months and from the gate was hemmed in by the OLC memo that said you can't indict a president, it also impeded his ability to articulate the crimes that Trump had committed, that he discovered in his 23-month-long investigation. As you're smartly pointing out, all of the shields of the presidency, which he perverted and exploited to do what I think we all see that he did. He used them to protect him from wrongdoing, not to protect the office. That's why that memo existed. It didn't conceive of Donald Trump when it was created. But I think we're seeing what he looks
I think regardless of when it was created, it's a bad decision.
like and what the rule of law might look like without some of those protections.
Good Lord. Okay, let's do that raid. Thanks everyone so much for hanging out. I appreciate it muchly. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably for crypto stuff. Tales from the crypto. Since, well, some other good news. The SEC is suing Coinbase and Binance. And there's some pretty juicy stuff in the documents that the SEC filed. So, we'll check that out. It'll be fun. Yeah, the new meds I'm on are really helping me be on stream longer. It's nice. I'm glad we get to hang out and have so much fun. Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay gay. Or whatever you are. Have a great night, everyone. Love you, Mr. Blast, if you're here. I don't know if you are. But either way, bye, everyone.